Today's date is May 12, 2014. The time is 9:35 a.m. This is the videotaped deposition of Father Peter Laird. Will counsel please identify themselves for the video record?
For the plaintiff, Jeff Anderson.
For the plaintiff, Mike Finnegan.
Dan Haas for the Archdiocese.
Thomas Brown on behalf of the Diocese of Winona.
Tom Weiser on behalf of the Archdiocese.
And Richard Kyle for Father Peter Laird.
Will the reporter please swear the witness?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give relative to the cause now under consideration should be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Father, would you please state your full name for the record and spell your last?
Father Peter Anthony Laird, L-A-I-R-D.
We went through some of the basic ground rules of this process before we began. What is your current assignment status?
Currently, I don't have an assignment. I had some shoulder issues that I've been working through since I resigned. Required extensive physical therapy, and aware that the assignment schedule for the Archdiocese is in June, I would expect there to be something at that time.
When did you resign?
I don't know the exact date, but early October, late September of this past year.
And was that a resignation as Vicar General of the Archdiocese?
That's correct, as Vicar General moderator of the Curia.
And why did you resign, Father?
I resigned for essentially two reasons. One, first, because I thought it was essential, in light of the questions that have been raised, that the Archdiocese signal to its various constituencies, primarily victims, but others as well, that we understand this issue, that this is a painful issue for many people, and that leadership needed to be accountable, and that the first thing is to reestablish trust. I was confident of the work that I did. I think I gave good advice, and we took great steps over the years that I was in my position. But I thought it was essential to signal our accountability and to let a process of fact-finding to go forward.
You said two reasons, but I think I heard three, so let me break it down.
Sorry, I don't count well sometimes.
That's okay. They may blend. The first, I think, I heard you say was you thought it was essential in light of questions raised. When you say questions raised, what are you referring to?
Well, I think there were some reports in the media about how the Archdiocese had handled issues. Because that is an important issue and one that's not easily resolvable in 5 minutes, and because I thought it was necessary for fact-finding to take place, that would be the reason.
And I presume when we're talking about the reports in the media, that's about how the Archdiocese, not just you, but the Archdiocese officials had handled certain accused offenders. Is that what you're talking about?
You know, I can't recall my state of mind at that particular time. I would not have broken it out in the way in which you're breaking it out now. I just thought it was very important to signal our accountability, our willingness to engage this issue, and that there needed to be a process by which that would take place. And I recommended a number of processes.
And when you say our accountability, who is the our referring to?
The leadership of the Archdiocese.
That's the Archbishop and the top officials?
Yes.
And when you say that the resignation was motivated in part by desire to send a signal that the leadership be accountable, I think that was the word you used. Is that correct?
Correct.
Accountable for what, Father?
I think any leader in any organization has a responsibility to be accountable for the work that they've done, whether it happened under their tenure or not.
And what happened under your tenure that caused you to believe that your resignation should be made for accountability purposes?
As I mentioned, I was very much at peace and content with the advice and counsel I gave, but I was part of that leadership that you had referenced.
And who else was a part of that leadership?
I would imagine that, from my point of view, that would be Archbishop Neinstadt, Bishop Pichet, and myself as the three senior members of the organization.
Kevin McDonough was also involved in a lot of those things that led to your resignation, was he not?
He was the delegate for Safe Environment, I think, up until maybe even this year.
And did you volunteer to resign, or were you asked by somebody to?
No, I believe I had 2 conversations with the Archbishop, and I tendered my resignation.
At the time that you had the conversations with the Archbishop leading to the tendering of your resignation, did you believe that others besides yourself should also tender their resignation so that they, as top officials, would also be accountable?
I can't speak to what others should or shouldn't do. I do think that leaders should consider how they continue to lead. And sometimes leadership leads by being accountable and offering a resignation.
And I appreciate what you said about accountability and leadership. Did you express the view to any other leaders that you were going to resign in the interest of accountability and to establish trust, and that others should? Did you express that opinion to anybody else?
Yes.
To whom?
Among a number of different options that I set forth for Archbishop Neinstadt, I listed as one of those options resignation.
Was that in the first or second or both conversations you had with him leading up to your resignation?
My recollection is, I'm not sure when, but I believe that I spoke to the Archbishop twice about that.
Okay. In the first instance, you spoke to him about the issue of resignation. Tell us about that. So that I just understand what I think I may have heard. Did you say that the option was listed for you to resign or him to resign? It was an either or? Or
No,
did
I didn't
mishear
state that.
Okay, okay. Were you suggesting Archbishop Neinstadt resign?
In the options that I set out for the Archbishop, I listed a number of them, some of which have in fact been taken. But I can't make that judgment or decision for the Archbishop.
Okay. Was one of those options for Neinstadt to resign?
I mentioned that I think on 2 occasions I listed among options that he should consider is resignation.
Why did you think he should consider such an option?
For the same reason that I resigned, which is I think leaders have a responsibility to be accountable for decisions whenever they take place in an organization, and to signal trust. And that the most important thing is the Archdiocese doesn't have anything to hide, and let transparency work its course.
Did you put the options as you set them forth to the Archbishop in writing?
No, they were verbal conversations.
And what specifically had...
Excuse me.
Sure.
You know, I did said something about that. I did. At one time, I may have set forth, for example, an independent review of files. That may have been in writing.
Okay.
I don't believe I ever put, so I believe that was in writing.
Okay. We're specifically addressing the resignation issue here.
Okay.
And in the option that was posited that the Archbishop resigned, you said that, you know, to take responsibility for decisions. What, in your mind, had he made or failed to make for which responsibility needed to be taken by him as that option was discussed?
Again, I don't know if I was thinking at that time of any specific situation, more generally about what leaders do when their actions are called into question, because it often takes a long time for the fact-finding to take place. And the most important thing is the organization.
And any particular actions that you thought about or had in mind when you had this discussion that he had taken that led you to the consideration of that option? Did he resign?
I don't recall at the time what was the motivating factor for that.
Do you recall if it was specific to one particular priest about whom there had been public disclosures, or was it a number of revelations that had unfolded at that time?
Could you be more specific?
Well, in discussing with Archbishop Neinstadt, him resigning to take responsibility for decisions made as the top leader, did you have in mind at that time a number of revelations that had been made public concerning a number of priests, or one particular priest who had been handled or mishandled by leadership?
Well, surely interactions or decisions historically or contemporaneously with respect to priest personnel may well be part of that. I'm just not sure that there was, at that moment, any particular reference that I had in mind.
The conversations that you referenced with Archbishop Neinstadt, two in number where this was posited, anybody else present besides you and he?
You know, I don't recall one. I don't recall.
Do you know if Archbishop Neinstadt, or did you see if he took any notes of that meeting or conversation as you had it?
I don't believe he did.
Okay. Let's talk then about the first time you had such a discussion with him, and tell us where that was first.
To my recollection, the first conversation we had was in the residence, in the Archbishop's residence.
And approximately when would that have been?
I'm sorry, I can't put a specific. There was a lot of fluidity in those times, in those days, at the end of September, beginning of October, move. So it would be in that time frame.
So it would be September or October.
Prior to my resignation.
And your resignation was in what year?
This past October or September.
2013.
Yeah.
Okay. And the conversation in the residence, I'd like you to just recount for us how that came about. Did you initiate it, or did he call you to the residence first? How did that come about?
I believe I initiated that conversation.
So you went to the residence to meet with him with a particular notion in mind to discuss something with him that you felt was important?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that notion that you felt important?
Just to try to set out the options of how I thought, or to offer options that he would want to consider to respond to this situation.
Did you feel that the public revelations at that time had been such that it really required leadership to take some definitive actions to demonstrate to the community that the Archdiocese was serious about addressing the problem?
Yes, I think an awful lot of very good work had been done by what I would call the leadership team there. By this I mean Andy Eisenzimmer, Jennifer Hasselberger, myself, in being proactive in many cases. But that's not something that can come to light in a news cycle. And so the first priority is the organization, the people who've been affected historically by these situations, and the larger community of the Twin Cities.
And so when you met with him in that first occasion at the residence, with this in mind to express, tell us how that conversation went. I trust you began it and told him why you were there, and why don't you just tell us as best you can recall what happened and what was said by you and he.
I believe I stated that I thought this was a very important issue that can't be minimalized in any way. In fact, it can't be overstated is a better word. And that while a lot of good work had been done, this is not going to be the time in which that good work is going to be acknowledged. And so here are different options that I think you need to consider.
When you use the term, I stated, this is a very important issue, when you refer to the this, what was the this referring to?
It would be allegations that the Archdiocese was lax on child sex abuse claims.
Did you believe at that time the Archdiocese leadership had been lax?
Well, historically, I think there was, this has been an evolving issue for the Church. And so looking back from 2013, one could say, gee, that might have been better done, this could have been better done. But it's such an emotional issue, and rightly so, because of the pain that it causes individual persons, it can't be overstated. And so there has to be a constant movement toward innovation and best practice.
So thinking back to that meeting and the time you went to the residence, in your state of mind at that time, did you believe and have the opinion that there had been, or that the Archdiocese leadership had been lax in handling child sex abuse allegations?
My state of mind, or where I believed that we needed to do, is continuously get better. Okay. I'm a believer that you want to continually get better. You want to continually bring in best practice. So I think a lot of good work had been done. And without making a judgment, I do think there were also mistakes that were made. But how do we continue to get better? Because nothing is more important than the safety of our children.
At that point in time, where did you think mistakes had been made, and by whom?
Well, I certainly I disagreed, for example, with an assignment that had been made of a priest. I didn't have assignment responsibilities or supervision, but I brought that, and I think that was a bad decision.
Which priest are you referring to?
Father Kurt Weimeyer. So I think that was a concrete example. But I think it was more that effort of just, we wanted to demonstrate, I think it's important for the church to demonstrate an urgency in constantly innovating and getting as good as we can. And I think by and large that was what we did over the last 3.5 years.
You identified Weimeyer and having a disagreement about the assignment of him as one of the mistakes. What other mistakes at that time did you have in mind that had been made?
I don't think I gave a number of mistakes. That's a concrete example of a mistake. I do think sometimes there was a challenge between what canon law would expect and what the Chancellor for Canonical Affairs suggested in order for us to be germane or following canon law, and what I thought we might want to do just from the perspective of best practice. There's a tension there.
And the tension has been, at least would you fairly describe as canon law has a tendency to want to handle problems of sexual abuse internally, oftentimes, versus the civil law, which requires sometimes the deployment of external resources? Is that the tension you're referring to, or something else?
Certainly canon law is only a law for the internal workings of the church. As the Vicar General Moderator of the Curia, I was well aware that we operated in two fields of action, the civil law and canon law. I do think historically there's a sense of rights in the church, in canon law, that my preference, and I think an emerging preference in the Archdiocese, was to give the benefit of the doubt not to those rights because of the tension and the hesitation that they sometimes caused.
So when you use the reference, the challenge in the canon law, what specifically were you referring to as it pertains to the issue of childhood sexual abuse?
Well, first I would state that my concerns would be much broader than child sexual abuse, but certainly incorporate child sexual abuse.
Okay.
So we would never get to a case of child sexual abuse because we would want to be proactive in addressing a number of issues. And so, for example, a pastor has rights. And once he's assigned, it's very difficult to remove a pastor unless you go through a deliberative process. That would be an example of the tension that I think existed.
If a priest is assigned as an administrator versus a pastor, it's a lot easier to remove him.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go back then, Father, to the conversation that you began to describe between yourself and the Archbishop in that first conversation. And it sounds like you laid out several options, and one was his resignation, correct?
I placed before the Archbishop a number of options. One that he might want to think about is resignation.
Okay. And what was his reaction when you put that to him?
I believe it was more of listening at that time. I'm not sure I got a specific reaction. I think it was the first blush of me bringing these things to the Archbishop.
Did you notice any change in his demeanor in you posing that option to him?
I don't recall.
It's kind of in your experience, is that kind of a bold thing for one of the officials to express to the top superior, the Archbishop?
I don't know how it's to be characterized. I thought I fulfilled my responsibilities by saying and give the counsel that I earnestly thought was the right course, regardless of how people might receive it, whether it was deemed by them appropriate or inappropriate.
Okay. And when you posed that option to him, do you recall if he had a verbal a response to that at all?
I do not.
Okay. Do you recall if he signaled to you that he didn't consider that a realistic option?
I do not.
Did he ever signal to you at that time that he had rejected that as an option?
No. Again, it was me simply putting options before and not necessarily looking for, at that moment, a decision, but just to present those options.
Did he challenge you, say, such as, well, Father Laird is my Vicar General and moderator of the Curia, why would you even put that as an option for me to resign? Why would you say or think or even suggest that? Did he challenge that assertion in any way?
Objection asked and answered.
Yeah. I was simply informing him of options.
Okay. And then, so my interpretation of what you just told us is he really didn't react strongly to that suggestion as an option, or that option, one way or another. Is that a correct characterization?
I don't recall at that time, and I'd have to be interpreting. I didn't get any verbal response.
Okay. And what other options did you put to him at that time, in addition to his resignation for the reasons you stated?
An outside review of our files, a task force to look at the work that had been done, composed of cross-fertilized from the community. Those are.
Is outside review and task force the same? Is that what you're referring to?
No,
or are they two different components?
They're two different components.
Okay. Well, let's do the outside review piece first. When you expressed the outside review of our files option, what specifically were you expressing to the Archbishop? What was that?
That I thought it was important, again, in light of the dynamic that had been created, to have people who are skilled in law enforcement and other things to review our files. Because part of the issue that had been raised at that time was that the Archdiocese wasn't forthcoming. And so I thought it was important that we be able to say that.
And when you're referring to the files in this suggestion of this option, you're referring to the priests who had been accused and whose files had been retained by the Archdiocese in various locations, correct?
I'm referring to every priest file in the Archdiocese. I was referring.
Okay. And
mine as well.
Yeah. Okay. And what led you to the belief that that was a good option? Did you consider that to be a good option at that time?
Yes, that's why I recommended it.
Do you still consider that to be a good option for this Archdiocese?
Yes, and I believe the Archdiocese has gone through a process similar to that.
Okay. And why did you consider that to be then a good option?
Because questions had been raised and because every child counts. And if there had been something that had been missed, it needs to be found and it needs to be corrected, and people need to be held accountable.
And what was the Archbishop's response to that suggestion?
Again, when I first brought it to the Archbishop, I think it was him downloading or listening to the options that I had provided.
Were you aware at that time that the Archbishop had been resisting efforts made by us to disclose names of offenders as well as files pertaining to offenders in the Archdiocese?
I'm sorry, I was distracted. Could you repeat that
Okay.
question?
Were you aware at the time that you made this suggestion or option that the Archbishop, Neinstad, had been resisting efforts by us to disgorge that information and create a process where files would be turned over to law enforcement?
I'm aware that certainly requests had been made for that to take place. I was aware.
Okay. And anything else you recall saying about that topic, or Archbishop Neinstedt responding specifically to that topic today that you haven't described?
Not that I can recall.
Did he say that that's something I would consider, or did he suggest it to you by body language or verbally that was something he would not consider?
Once again, he was in a listening mode, and I found in general when I spoke to the Archbishop it was best to bring something to him once, let him absorb it, and come back to find out how we were going to move forward.
Okay. I think then the third thing that you mentioned is the formulation of a task force. Tell us what you said to him about that first.
I believe I said to the Archbishop, I think an awful lot of good work has been done in the last few years, and but we need an outside group to assess whether that's good work and whether anything has been missed and what more could be done.
Did he ask you, why do you think that, Father, as my Vicar General?
No, he didn't ask that question of me. It would be my standard approach to want transparency and want others to help us be the best we could be.
Okay. And and on your suggestion that we, that is the Archdiocese, need an outside task force, how did you read his response to that? What did he say or do?
There was no verbal response in that first. I presume we're still speaking about that first time.
Yes. Okay. And what other discussion was had and any other suggestions made at that first meeting that you haven't already described?
I think I outlined some themes that it would be necessary in any sort of public response by the Archdiocese.
What did you say?
Well, first and foremost, that we take these reports very seriously because the protection of children is the highest priority for the Church, having safe environments. And I think the record demonstrates that a lot of training has been done in that area and a lot of wonderful things has taken place, but it's the first sort of priority. And so we're not going to brush off these questions or concerns. We should engage them. So that would be the first kind of blush at that effort. I think secondly, I encourage the Archbishop to be proactive in terms of telling the good work that had been done. with Andy Eisenzimmer and Jennifer Hasselberger in a working group that had been in existence for a year and a half about updating everything related to priest misconduct. There may have been one or two other sort of things, but those would be, and certainly that we would want anyone who's been affected in this way to come forward.
In this fourth option or suggestion that you're making, did you suggest that the Archdiocese be more truthful and transparent in acknowledging the mistakes that had been made?
I wouldn't characterize it as more transparent and truthful, just to continue to be transparent and truthful. I can't characterize what had been done prior to me coming, but I think sunlight is a good thing. And I think the Archbishop and certainly the others, Andy and Jennifer, would agree.
Anything else that you put to him by way of options at that first meeting that you have not already described?
Not that I can recall.
And did you ever notice if Archbishop Neinstedt made any notes of anything that you had told him at that time?
No, he was just listening.
Okay. And how did the meeting then conclude? And how did the meeting conclude then?
That we're certainly going to need to make a statement and on this issue, and I'm going to work with communications to prepare a statement.
And at that time, did you put to him your resignation or just his?
I believe I just talked about options that leadership needed to consider.
And he was the top leader, so that's where you felt the accountability ultimately rested?
Well, I believe I had accountability as well.
If I'm hearing you correctly, however, you did not offer your resignation at that meeting, correct?
Not at that meeting.
Okay. And as you concluded the meeting, was there a follow-up plan discussed about where that conversation would go, or a suggestion that it needed to end there, or it needed to be followed up, or anything like that?
I think there was the understanding that we would be following up, if only because I would be bringing that communication draft to the Archbishop, but also as an operations person, we're going to have to execute a plan, and so I would be coming back to the Archbishop.
So it sounds like there was a verbal and nonverbal consensus between you that something would be done, and these were options that you put to him to be done, and that something would be communicated about what would be done. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay. Could we call that an action plan to be descriptive, or what would you call it, Father?
An initial conversation to set out options.
Okay.
That would be followed up on.
Fair enough. Before you had this initial conversation, anything else described by you or he at that meeting that you haven't recounted?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Before you had this initial conversation to set out options, did you discuss with any of your colleagues, other officials, or anybody, the fact that you were going to the Archbishop to have an initial conversation to set out options about dealing with these issues?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So what action, after you had the meeting then, did you share the fact that you had such a meeting and set forth these options with anybody?
I believe my next step was to follow up with communications staff to frame a draft. I don't recall if I shared with them all of those options, because our first communication was simply going to be a communication about the fact that questions had been raised.
Was this meeting on the heels of a large MPR report that had just been made?
I believe it was, yes.
And just for the record, you're referring to the meeting with the Archbishop or the meeting with the communication?
The meeting with the Archbishop. Does your answer stand?
Yes.
Okay. The meeting with the communications staff, who on the communications staff did you meet and discuss this topic with?
I would have met with our communications director at the time, Sarah Mealy, and I asked her to begin to prepare a draft responding to the news that had been in the media.
Did you give her direction as to content?
Only with respect to those themes for an initial conversation.
What did you say to her?
That the protection of children is a very high priority, is the highest priority for the Archdiocese. That these reports raise questions that will need to be responded to. And that the Archdiocese is committed to accountability and continuing to develop best practices and innovation. Again, for me, the standard was, how can we constantly improve?
Did you discuss it with anybody else besides Sarah Mealy in communications?
You know, no, I think at that time that was it. I may have briefly had a conversation with Bishop Pichet. But in those fast-moving events, the first thing is let's get a response. I may have also spoke to Andy Eisenzimmer.
And what did you say to Bishop Pichet?
Again, I don't recall exactly my state of mind or those questions. There are questions that we need to respond to.
And did you tell him that you had actually laid out options for the Archbishop?
You know, I don't recall whether I did at that time.
And Andy Eisenzimmer, did you speak to him about the same time you spoke to Bishop Pichet and the communication staff?
Excuse me, it would not have been Andy Eisenzimmer at that time because he was no longer in the organization. It would have been Joe Kippers.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sure. What did you say to Joe Kippers?
Just that these questions have been raised and that we need to respond to them.
What was his response?
I think he agreed.
Okay. And what was then done responsive to the meeting and the follow-up that you've already described? What happened? After the initial meeting with the Archbishop, you met and discussed it with Sarah Mealy, made mention to Bishop Pichet and to Joe Kippers. What happened from there responsive to the meeting that had been had and what was being done concerning the issue?
It's a long question. What
did you do?
What I did was ask for, as soon as possible, a draft. So after that, to ask as soon as possible for a draft that could be taken back to the Archbishop.
Okay. Did you receive such a draft?
Yeah, I believe there had been some effort put together that we could take to the Archbishop.
And Was that draft a plan or a communicate a public a PR release?
That was a statement.
A PR release?
Yes.
Okay. Was that draft adopted and released to the public in its original form?
I don't believe so.
Okay. What was the gist of the initial draft first brought forward?
When was the draft?
What was the gist of it? Yeah. Do you know when
the
that
gist?
draft
Well,
was?
my recollection would be that whether the Archbishop would be making statements in that initial release, or whether the Archdiocese would be speaking as a corporate person.
And do you know which way that? What was the tension between the two, and why was those two options being considered, one versus the other? Were there 9 statutes that make the statement, or the Archbishop?
Well, he's the leader of our organization, and I think it's important to be, demonstrating that. I also recall that there were questions about assignments, and so is a bishop who has that responsibility going to speak in his own voice?
Were you urging him to come out personally on this issue strongly?
I was presenting options, and yes, I think that a direct response from the leader of the organization would be the best approach.
And was there anybody among the top advisors urging against him making statements on his own behalf in the first person?
I don't recall at the time, no.
In the ultimate draft that was in the ultimate release that was made to the public, was it in the first person by the Archbishop or on behalf of the corporate entity?
I think it was more of a corporate entity response.
Did you agree with that?
Again, my role is to present options and to offer them.
It was actually the Archbishop's call to make, wasn't it? His decision.
That's right.
Okay. Do you know how long after the NPR story that you referred to broke that this public relations or public statement was actually released?
I don't recollect for certain. I would imagine within the first 24 hours.
Okay.
If I recall, we had been notified 5 hours before it was going to be released by NPR or something, and so we needed to get a response.
Had you been interviewed by NPR to that
No.
point? Okay. Who else was engaged in formulating the response to the NPR story and or the preparation of the draft besides yourself and I think the communications person you identified?
I'm not sure when the NPR story was. I think it was at the end of September. But that first draft, it would have been, and I think it was certainly Sarah Mealy. It may have been shown to Joe Kippers, the Archbishop. It may have been shown to Bishop Pichet as well.
There is a NPR story that I'll show you later as an exhibit that's entitled "Archdiocese Knew of Priest's Sexual Misbehavior, Yet Kept Him in Ministry," by Madeline Barron, dated September 23rd, 2013. Does that sound like the NPR story you're talking about?
I believe so.
Okay. After the statement went out, on the approval of the Archbishop, I presume, correct?
Correct.
Am I hearing you correctly that you had a second meeting with the Archbishop where options were laid out? Somewhat like the first you already discussed.
Yes.
Okay. And so if we tag the NPR story at September 23rd, as it's stated in the exhibit.
Is that a Friday?
I don't have that immediately available, but I'll just show you. Yeah, we can pull that up, but I'm just showing you the first page of the printed version where it shows the Curtis Waymeyer's 8 years in St. Paul Parish. It looks like Blessed Sacrament there or something. I don't know. Does that look like the story?
You know, I can't say that that's the story. There was certainly a story that Father McDonough had been interviewed on briefly. And again, I thought it was essential for us to be proactive in responding to it.
All right. Why don't we just mark the exhibit, show it to you, and see if that refreshes your memory if this is the story we're referring to. We've marked this exhibit number 189, Father, for identification, and it's a printed version of a story dated, it looks like September 23rd. At the second page is a picture of Father McDonough.
Yeah, I think this is if this is the first NPR story, this would be the story.
Okay. The initial meeting that you had with Archbishop Neinstedt that I walked you through in some detail, was that meeting before or after this NPR story broke?
It was after.
Okay. Okay.
And it was after.
Okay.
If I can correct something, what I would say is that I probably brought this to the Archbishop's attention first to say we're going to have to respond to it. So the meeting that we discussed would have happened sometime after that.
Okay. And you did get a heads up from NPR, it sounds like, that they were running a story, but you didn't know what was going to be in it? Is that, or did you know what was going to be in it?
You know, I believe NPR gave us the courtesy of knowing about it 5 hours before they were going to run it and asked for some statement.
Okay. Do you know if a statement was issued within that 5 hours before they ran it or not?
I believe Father McDonough was interviewed.
Okay. Okay. Got it. So let's turn then, if we now know that you had the initial meeting with Archbishop Neinstedt after the September 23rd NPR story broke, and you made a reference to a second meeting with him where options were either laid out or discussed. Is that correct?
Yes, and just to be clear, knowing whether it happened on a Friday, you know, whether this was a Friday or what time would be helpful, because obviously there'd be time that would take place. And so we got news of this story. My first communication was the Archbishop is we're going to have to respond. We're going to prepare a draft and get it back to you. That meeting we talked, where I talked about fuller options, would have happened well not well after, but after this initial story.
Okay. We're looking to see what date that is,
Sure.
so I can kind of anchor that for you.
Sure.
If it helps.
Thank you.
How long would you estimate your second meeting with the Archbishop concerning options was had after the first one you have described to us?
You know, again, knowing the timeline there would be very helpful. I believe that
I've just whispered, Mike Finnegan just whispered to me that the 23rd of September was a Monday.
so. Great. I believe we got then a call on Friday from NPR saying they were going to run the story. Father McDonough was graciously available to speak to them. It would have been great to have had more time to speak to NPR, but we had those few hours. The story ran on Monday. I believed that on Friday I would have spoke to the Archbishop saying we're going to need to respond to a story. I'll get you a draft. I think we had a draft for him on Monday morning. After that, I would have had the larger conversation about options.
Okay. And days after, hours after,
You know,
that week,
I think there's a lot
approximately?
of movement during that time. It was certainly within the next 24 or 36 hours.
Fair enough. And within that time frame, then, as you just described it, I want to direct your attention to the meeting with Archbishop Neinstadt, where options are now being discussed for the second time. The news is broken, and the Archdiocese has issued some statement. All those things have happened, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The second meeting then was held where?
You know, I believe the second meeting would have been in my office.
And was it something that the Archbishop convened, or something that you had requested? How did it come about? What was the precipitating factor for it?
I think the precipitating factor for it was my saying to him that I would be resigning.
Tell me about that. When did you say that to him first?
You know, I don't recall. I think I just communicated that I would be resigning, not that I was thinking of resigning. In that first meeting where we talked about options, I talked about leadership thinking about this as an option. You know, certainly over the course of that time, and I would imagine it was within a week, you know, I came to the conclusion that we needed, personally I came to the conclusion that we needed to do more to respond to what was going on, and so I let the Archbishop know that I would be resigning.
Was that face-to-face?
Yes, and it was in that context that I again set out options.
Was that in the second meeting then that we had just begun to?
Exactly.
Okay.
So this would have been the.
Okay. So let's direct our joint attention to that second meeting then. And directing our attention to that second meeting, shortly after the story is now broken, you've expressed to us that you said you would be resigning. And you expressed that to the Archbishop, is that correct?
Correct.
Before you expressed that to him, had you received any information from him or anybody else suggesting that you should resign?
No one ordered me to resign. I was thinking about what I and the organization needed to do.
When you expressed to the Archbishop that you would resign, did you formulate that decision because you felt you had done something worse or been the one more responsible than anybody else for the problems presented?
No.
Well, then why did you take the hit?
I wouldn't describe it as a hit. I'd describe it as a step that I thought needed to be taken to demonstrate to our various constituents, especially people who have been abused by priests. I've known people who've experienced that in their life, not by priests and others, and that the most important thing was going to be able to move forward in a way that would be transparent and that would be accountable. So that was my own thinking.
It sounds to me, Father, like it was a decision made of your conscience, your own conscience.
Well, certainly I think that was involved.
And it sounds like you felt that somebody doing what you proposed you were going to do, resigning, would be a powerful message sent to the community that there was going to be more accountability. Is that
Yes.
fair?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Back on the video record, 10:44 a.m.
So let's direct your attention, Father, to that second meeting with the Archbishop. I think you said that was in your office. Anybody else in attendance?
No.
Okay. And how long was the first meeting, by the way? I never asked. Would you estimate? Just
It was an informational meeting, 5 minutes.
okay. Let's talk about the second meeting. How long is that? How long was the second meeting, would you say?
You know, I would imagine it was of similar length.
Any other conversations with Archbishop Neinstadt or communications with him directly between the first and second meeting that we've been identifying?
Sure. Just communicating with him about developments or other sorts of things.
At that time, was most of your communication with him verbal, face-to-face, telephonic, email, or what?
Most of my information or communication with the Archbishop, certainly during this time, would have been face-to-face. I needed to, the urgency of the situation and just that engagement, personal engagement was important.
At that time, there wasn't notes being taken by him or memos being prepared by you, as I look at the records I've seen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was there like a decision made that it would be best not to take notes and put these things in memo form? Or a discussion
No,
like
I think
that?
it was a fast-moving, fluid situation where we wanted to be as proactive as we could be.
Do you have any recollection of Archbishop Neinstadt ever telling you or having discussions with any of the top officials, such as Kevin McDonough or others, that at that time it might be best not to put certain things in writing because there was a likelihood that we might get that in litigation or
No.
discovery? Any discussion of that at all, ever,
No.
that you recall?
No.
So the second meeting then is, why don't you describe for us how it began and what was said?
I think it was within the context of me communicating that I would be resigning. And so this would have been probably at the end of the week. You know, there had obviously been points of contact in between, keeping the Archbishop up to date on events or things that were happening. But this would be toward the end of the week or the first part of that very next week.
When you made the decision, how long before that meeting had you actually made the decision you were going to resign for the reasons I think you've suggested?
Well, I certainly had been contemplating it, for several days. Again, about the response that would be appropriate. and so it would be several days that I was thinking about it.
Did you seek the counsel of anybody else or advise anybody else in the Archdiocese that you were considering it, or had made the decision to resign before you met with the Archbishop and told him?
No, I didn't see it necessary to speak to other people in the organization about my decision prior to communicating that to the Archbishop.
Okay. So tell us about the meeting then. What was said and by whom?
If I recall, I communicated that I would be resigning, and then again walking through those options that I had previously mentioned. And so that was what I had said at that meeting.
I'd like you to, instead of referring back to what was said before, tell us as best you can what was said in the meeting by you to the Archbishop, him in response to whatever you said to him in the second meeting. Just reconstruct it as best you can.
It had become clear and apparent to me that this was going to be how the Archdiocese responded to this situation was going to be a defining moment for the Archdiocese. And not because there had ever been an effort to do anything criminal, or in fact I think a lot of good work had been done over the last 3 years. But this renews those worries and concerns, and most especially among the people who have been victimized. And so you can't get more important or more serious than the events that the Archdiocese was dealing with. So that would have been my sort of sense.
And are those the kinds of words you communicated to Archbishop Neinstadt in the second meeting?
Yeah.
Or your thought process, or both?
Yeah, I mean, I think I, either at that point of time or in a conversation in between those first meetings and that second meeting, clarifying, again, not that I had thought just in light of the situation, that this is very important about how we respond to it. It will demonstrate our credibility and our accountability.
What was the Archbishop's response to your expression of the decision that you had made to resign?
His first was to ask me to reconsider.
Why do you want you to reconsider?
I don't know.
He expressed to you then that it wasn't necessary for you to do that in his view, because he asked you to reconsider it, correct?
Again, I don't know why, but he certainly asked me to reconsider. And I hope it was because he appreciated my counsel.
Okay.
But I can't speak to why he...
Tell us what he said and how he said it when he asked you to reconsider. What words did he use? And
this is not the time. I think there was a reference to this. Beyond that, to be entirely honest, there was so much kind of going on, and I had come to a decision. There's not a lot of his response to me that I recall.
okay. Was this an emotional meeting for you?
It was a peaceful meeting. I mean, in the sense of I had come to the conclusion this was the right course of action. So I suppose peace is an emotion of sorts, so that would be my disposition, I think.
At the time you made the decision and expressed it to the Archbishop that you intended to resign, did you consider what that meant for your own career in the priesthood?
I've never been concerned about my career in the priesthood.
Okay.
It wasn't part of my thinking.
Okay. And when the Archbishop expressed to you that you wanted you to reconsider and this wasn't the time, what did he say about why this wasn't the time? And if so, when would be the time if there was?
He didn't venture, to my recollection, any suggestion about when would be the right time.
Did he suggest to you that that was rash, it was unnecessary, that it was, anything like that? Try to talk you out of it?
Again, apart from the Archbishop communicating to me that now wasn't the time, I don't.
Yeah. Did he say to you that it might look bad and the perception or the optics in public relations wise could be negatively interpreted?
I don't recall the Archbishop speaking about that at all.
Was it your belief that the Archdiocese public relations would be improved by your resignation or be in some way diminished?
I don't think I was thinking in terms of public relations. I was thinking in terms of how we're all accountable, and that the most important thing is reestablishing trust and having this ability to have people looking over our shoulder and saying either you did do good work or you didn't do good work, and here's what needs to be improved about that work. Since I had worked with Jennifer and Andy on a lot of that good work, I think it was time to get an independent outside person to look at it. And as a leader in the organization, I wanted to signal, especially to victims, that that this is taken seriously.
Had the Archbishop, before you communicated your decision to resign, had the Archbishop communicated to you that he was not going to follow one of the options that you had posited to him earlier, that he resign? In other words, he had made the decision. He wasn't going to resign.
No, we never had that conversation.
Okay. Anything else said in the meeting, the second meeting, where you did tell the Archbishop that you had made the decision to resign that hasn't been described?
Just restated those options, and here's what I think needs to happen next, and that I would be following up with, at that time, the Civil Council to let them know about what next steps I thought were important for the organization to take.
And when you say the Civil Council, are you referring to?
Joe Kippers.
Okay.
Chancellor, Civil Chancellor.
Chancellor for Civil Affairs.
Correct.
All right. How long after that meeting did you actually announce your resignation?
I think it was with, it's not my job to announce my resignation. I think that took place that same day as that conversation.
Okay. And there was a public statement, I trust, released by the Archdiocese concerning your resignation, correct?
I believe there was.
Did you approve or read it before it was released?
I believe I was invited to offer suggestion.
And were your suggestions heeded?
You know, I presume so, but I don't recall.
Okay. So as you look back at it, was there anything in it that you saw to be objectionable or misleading? Or did you effectively say it's okay?
Yeah, again, I don't recall.
Okay.
Didn't spend a lot. The decision had been made. It's not my job to communicate it.
So after you told the Archbishop, who is Joe Kippers then the next person you discussed your resignation with?
You know, I think I may have mentioned it to Joe, but again, the larger priority for me at that time was, here are some action steps that I think are really important.
And those steps were?
That there be a review of the files, that the Archdiocese find someone to review those files in a way that can be transparent, that there be a task force to review what's going on, and that I think those were the two primary things that I had mentioned to Joe at the time.
Sounds a lot like the same options you put to the Archbishop in that first meeting we described in some detail.
I believe that, yeah, they're very close to those, yeah.
Okay. And was your resignation effective immediately?
It was.
Yeah. Have you been in ministry since then?
Well, I still retain the faculties and the good standing of the Archdiocese, sure.
What have you been doing then? Since?
As I mentioned, I maybe it was from golf, but tore my rotator cuff, and so I've been doing a lot of physical therapy and using some time to reflect, and then, as I said, aware that the assignment process begins again in June. That's the way that 90%, 95% of assignments are made. That would be the next time to engage that process.
You could have requested another assignment. You could have resigned as Vicar General, and requested another assignment. Could you not have?
Yeah, and in those early days, I had done some work at. There was a parish Father Huberty was at that I had gone and done it, but you know, I think there was a cloud, and I just think it's important that again, I was very confident and very proud of the work that we were able to do, but until such time as there's clarity, I think the people have a right to have that clarity, and this was going to be something that would take time.
In the statement that was released, do you know if it expressed to the public that the Archbishop had made the decision, or you had made the decision
I don't
for your
recall.
resignation?
But the Archbishop at no time asked for me to resign.
Absolutely. Is it then your choice to have not requested to be reassigned in active ministry from the point of your resignation to today?
You know, as I mentioned in the conversations, I'm well aware that the main assignment time is in June. I was probably spending 2.5 hours a day in physical therapy, either with the therapist or on my own. And it was something that happened over Labor Day, and I had neglected, and it just got to a point where I needed to address it.
All right. When you told Archbishop Neinstedt you had made the decision to resign in that second meeting, what was his reaction?
I believe I stated his first was, "This isn't the time."
And then what?
I'm not so sure there was any further. I was at peace. I had made the decision. This wasn't a conversation. It was a communication.
Was there any expression of emotion around it by him to you or you to him?
Not that I recall.
It's kind of a big deal. How did you feel emotionally around it?
Just that this is what I thought was important to do for the good of the organization, and I had come to that conclusion personally.
You felt that way in your heart, didn't you?
I thought that way and was at peace about that decision.
Okay. Well, sometimes our heart makes us feel some things, and our head makes us think some things. And it's kind of a concrete analysis, but is this a decision that came from your heart or from your head?
I think this, hopefully it was an integrated decision of my head and my heart.
Which one led?
I think about it as a decision of my head and my heart.
Okay, fair enough. You had made mention that Andy Eisenzimmer and Jennifer Hesselberger, Andy Eisenzimmer had been the chancellor preceding Joe Keppers, and Jennifer Hesselberger the chancellor for canon affairs, who had been doing some work with you, and had been doing some good work. At the time of your resignation, had you believed that Jennifer Hesselberger had been doing good work?
Yeah, I think Jennifer Hesselberger did an awful lot of good work in the organization. I had disagreements with her from time to time, as I had with others in the organization. But I think she's very bright and certainly sought to make sure that we were following canon law.
And did you request her resignation?
No.
Who did?
No one. I believe Jennifer. Jennifer decided to resign on her own terms.
When was that?
You know, I think it was sometime, again, forgive me for not knowing exactly, April-ish of 2013. Maybe May, but mid to late April, early May.
How did you learn? Did you ever suspend her?
I did suspend her based upon our own internal policies called Justice and Employment, because an employee had filed a grievance. And I had asked Jennifer, I had made no judgment about the grievance of that individual, but our policy requires fact-finding. I had asked Jennifer to respond in writing to the concern, and Jennifer refused.
And when did you suspend her?
That would have been sometime around December of 12, and then she was reinstated. But obviously now we had a work conflict that we needed between her and another employee that needed to be addressed.
Did the other employee, would that pertain to matters related to sexual abuse and the handling of it?
No. It pertained to staff's in totally separate fields, sense of the way that Jennifer would engage them with work, and am I able to speak concretely?
You can,
Yeah.
if there's a question before you.
So
What did it pertain to then?
it pertained to the fact that Jennifer did not want to work with some individuals on the staff. And this
What reason was given for not wanting to?
I think Jennifer found that work to be tiresome.
Anything else that you're aware of?
No, as I said, at that point in time, I was simply doing fact-finding.
Did it have anything to do with how officials were handling sexual abuse or suspicions of it by priests, and her concerns about that?
No. In fact, I gave Jennifer fact-finding responsibilities around priest misconduct even up until March of 2013 or April, which would have been, within weeks of her voluntary resignation.
You were Vicar General, it looks like, for, was it 4 years? December of 2009 to, let's see, what was your resignation date?
I believe it was late September or early October 2013.
2013, okay. So approximately 40 years as Vicar General?
That's correct.
Right before you had became appointed Vicar General, what assignment did you have?
I was the vice rector and a professor at the University of at the seminary, the University of St. Thomas. So vice rector would be kind of like the operations person.
And how long had you been there as vice?
I had as vice rector.
Yeah.
I had been there from, I think I was assigned in 2000. I sent away to do a doctorate, and then came back full-time 2004 until beginning my work at the Chancery.
At the time that you were appointed by Archbishop Neinstedt to be Vicar General, it looks like the appointment was in October, but the actual installation was a few months later, of 2009. Does that sound correct?
I believe I had to complete my courses that I was teaching.
Okay. At the time you became appointed then in late 2009 as Vicar General by Archbishop Neinstedt, did you believe that the Archdiocese had been adhering to its promise to the people of zero tolerance of sexual molestation by clerics?
I had no reason to doubt that.
Did you believe that the Archdiocese, at the time you were appointed, was doing everything it could to keep the children safe?
Presumably so.
Did you believe that there were no priests who had been continued in ministry by the Archbishop who had been convicted of or credibly accused of having molested children who were still in ministry at the time you were appointed Vicar General?
I had no knowledge that.
Were you aware that the Archbishop had made such a promise to the people that there were no priests in active ministry who had offended?
Yeah, I understood that the charter from 2002, that every bishop and diocese in the country had agreed to that.
Okay. When you resigned as Vicar General 4 years later, approximately, did you believe at that time the Archdiocese had fulfilled its promise of zero tolerance?
So yes, that there was not any effort to keep, that I'm aware of, to keep priests in ministry who had offended. Had there decisions that people would have wanted to make differently now, in light of the situation? Yes. But I think the zero tolerance policy pertained to charter violations, which is a credible accusation of abuse against a child.
At the time that you resigned as Attorney General, did you become aware that there had been?
You promoted me.
Oh, I said Attorney General. I'm sorry, Vicar General. At the time that you resigned as Vicar General, did you come to believe that there had in fact been priests continued in ministry who had engaged in charter violations, a charter violation being the sexual abuse of minors?
I believe that was one of the first questions that I had asked when I came into the organization. Not the first, but, you know, and it was certainly communicated to me several times, because I asked the question several times, that we did not have anyone in full-time active ministry that, in an assignment, that had an accusation against them. Credible accusation.
Did you have, who'd you ask that question of, by the way?
I believe I would have asked that, I've asked that question to Archbishop Neinstedt, to, at that time, Andy Eisenzimmer. I may have even asked that question to Father Kevin McDonough.
And is it correct to say that you were led to believe by all of them that there were no priests in active ministry who had had a charter violation?
That we maintained a zero tolerance, as the Charter 2002 Charter expected.
And is it correct to say that the zero tolerance means that no priest who had committed abuse of a minor was in active ministry? Correct?
That's what I understood that to be.
Were you informed by any of those individuals when you posed the question that there were in fact some priests who had committed charter violations that were doing part-time ministry, supply work, or doing other things as ministers in the Archdiocese?
No. People were, I was aware that people were working in non-ministry settings that had gotten a job.
What were you told about who those were and what they were doing?
You know, they would only come up from time to time in this working group setting that we had with and so and sometimes they were things that would be reported to the Archdiocese.
Who are you referring to? Who was that?
In terms of working,
Yes.
I was aware of a Michael Stevens, who was working at the Archdiocese at the time, is a computer person.
How did you become aware of the fact that he had, did you become aware that he had committed a charter violation?
I became aware that either it was a charter violation or a credible accusation. I don't know. I believe it was in the papers, and that a criminal judgment had been rendered against him, and that whether he was on POMS or not on POMS, but he was working as a computer specialist.
How did you learn that he had had a history of having committed a charter violation? How did you learn that, and when?
You know, I think I learned that, 2011 or 2012. And again, I was informed, asked the questions. He doesn't practice as a priest, doesn't carry on as a priest. He works in a job. And that there had been, so.
It sounds like you did become aware that he had been convicted of molesting a child.
Yeah, a charter violation or a conviction for me, it doesn't have to be there doesn't have to be a criminal judgment for my mind, before the charter would be invoked.
Okay. Were you aware the Archdiocese allowed him to work in the Archdiocese offices as an IT consultant?
Yes, I was informed that he was working as an IT consultant in the Archdiocese in what would have been the Hayden building, where he was interacting only with adults, and that at a point in time there had been disclosure.
Are you aware if there was disclosure of his history to the staff at the Hayden Center and those that brought their kids to work there?
That's the question that I asked and the answer that I received.
Who did you ask that question of?
I would have asked that question either to Father Kevin McDonough or Andy Eisenzimmer.
And they assured you that the staff had been informed of his history?
That disclosure had been made.
Okay. To whom?
To members of the staff.
Okay. Did they identify what members of staff, or did you assume all or some, or?
I had no reason to doubt that. You know, I asked the question, and that they had exercised their good judgment in disclosing that information.
Did you become aware that Stevens had also done work at various parishes?
I'm not aware of that, or at least I don't recall it being ever brought to my attention. And if so, there should have been disclosure to those parishes.
Did you become aware that Stevens was removed from having done the work that he had been allowed to do in 2013? And do you know anything about that?
I don't.
Okay. Any other names known to you who had committed charter violations and had been permitted to work part-time in parishes or in some capacity with the Archdiocese, besides Stevens?
Not that I'm aware of, that the Archdiocese sought to maintain its obligations under the Charter.
Did you become aware at all, Father, that Ken LaVan had been working, although retired, in parishes in the Archdiocese until 2013?
I've heard the name Ken LaVan. I haven't heard anything about Ken LaVan in this context.
Okay. There is testimony and records that reflect that he had been accused, I believe credibly, of having abused two girls teenage girls in 1988. Did you know that?
Are we speaking now whether it was a charter violation?
Well, abuse of a teenage girl by Ken LaVan as a priest is a charter violation, correct?
Well, the charter violation in a criminal act would be, any minor, which is the law defines up to 18.
Yeah, this would be a charter violation,
Okay.
15-year-old
Well,
girls.
Yeah, was not aware. The first time I heard of LaFan in this context is when you're raising that issue.
Okay. Gilbert Gustafson, were you aware that he was doing consulting work at the Archdiocese?
Certainly not at the Chancery, to my knowledge.
Were you aware that he was doing consulting work for religious organizations in the Twin Cities, including Cristo Rey High School, as recently as 2013?
I was not.
The Archdiocese reported that they removed Joseph Gallatin from ministry in December of 2013 for, quote, boundary violations, unquote. Do you know anything about that removal, the reasons for it, and what those boundary violations are alleged to have been?
Well, on the first question, Father Gallatin was removed after my time at the Archdiocese.
Right. But my question is, do you know anything about it?
About the removal?
About Gallatin's boundary violations.
So, in a conversation, I believe, again, with Andy and Jennifer, a question had been raised about Gallatin. I asked what was done at the time, what was the conclusion, and it was very clear from what was reported to me that it wasn't a charter violation, or that's what had been reported to me. It wasn't a charter violation, and that Father Gallatin had received some training, again, around appropriate boundaries, and then maybe even received some counseling.
What was reported to you, Father, about what violation had occurred, and by whom?
I don't know who the person was that brought it to my attention. What had been communicated to me was sometime early in the 2000s, I believe it was. I don't know when, but it wasn't a recent occurrence. Because my position would be to ask questions. So what did we do? What was the situation? What was the policy? I understood that Father Gallatin had put his hands on the sternum of somebody, or, sorry about that, and that was what he had done.
And the source of that information?
I don't
Do you recall?
No.
Was it a colleague, or was it somebody outside the Archdiocese?
Yeah, no, it would have
was
been
the source?
it would have been a colleague.
Okay. And do you know did you look at Gallatin's file at the time that this was being discussed?
No.
Do you know if any official of the Archdiocese reviewed his file to see, in fact, what history was reflected by it at the time this was being discussed?
Not at the time it was being discussed. I believed, I understood from the reports that I received that it had been amply discussed. I believe Father McDonough had worked on that situation, and that an appropriate resolution had been found at that time.
So do you believe that Father McDonough was the likely source of the information that you had concerning Gallatin?
Perhaps as the originator of that information.
Do you have any recollection of any other source of information concerning Gallatin besides McDonough?
At these working groups where we would discuss matters, I or Bishop Hachet or Andy Eisenzimmer or Jennifer Hasselberger would, from time to time, mention different priests. It was one of our action steps to try to make sure information was not siloed, so that we could be as proactive and responsive to situations as possible.
And so, do you know if anybody interviewed Father Joseph Gallatin and specifically asked him if he had engaged in a charter violation, that is, the attempted or sexual abuse of any minor.
Sorry, can you restate your question?
Do you know if anybody asked Gallatin if he had committed a charter violation?
I understood
abuse of
that
minors?
Father McDonough had done so as part of his fact-finding.
What led you to that understanding? Is that something?
Because
McDonough told you?
when the Gallatin question had come up, I asked, what do we do about that? Are we clear that this was? And then if it's just a boundary violation, how do we make sure that Father Gallatin is aware of boundaries and that work is appropriately done?
Did you or anyone at your request ask Gallatin if he was sexually attracted to minors?
No.
Why not? Isn't that a question that one would need to know or want to know
There
before continuing?
There had been no evidence of that. You ask if are there other factors we don't know about besides this instance. There had not been any other occasions besides that instance, and so a logical conclusion was to trust the process that had gone on some years before.
To trust the process, do you know if in the process anybody had ever asked him if he was sexually attracted to minors?
I don't know if the time that was a question. What I asked is this a charter violation? Is there any other evidence that Father McDonough is a threat to children? No.
Father McDonough.
Excuse me, thank you.
Father Gallatin.
Father Gallatin.
And you were told that by McDonough?
McDonough or the consensus of this group.
Father Mark Wayman, it was publicly reported to have been removed from ministry in December of 2013, again after you resigned, but nonetheless had been in ministry. And that removal was reported to have been for boundary violations with children. What do you know about Wayman's history and when it was first vetted concerning children?
I would imagine sometime in late 2011, early 2012. The concerns initially were around Father Wayman's sort of leadership ability. So he's a pastor, and his leadership ability. And that was where the first questions about Father Wayman, to my recollection, came up. It was in a conversation, again, in our working group to triage this and to share information. That I believe it was reported that Wayman had, I don't know, in a public setting, interacting with some young people, gave them some kind of affection. I forget what it was, So again, the question, what do we do about that? What was the situation? I understood that no accusation of child sexual abuse had been made, but obviously this would be behavior that one would want to investigate, and that Father Wayman was educated again as to boundary violations, and I believe had counseling.
And what is the source of your information as you reported it to us today?
That would be the information that would be gleaned. In fact, I think that would have been probably either Jennifer or Andy who brought that to my attention in the context of this conversation about Father Wayman's leadership.
Do you know if Father Wayman was ever asked the question by Father McDonough or any other official of the Archdiocese if he was sexually attracted to children?
I do not. Most people don't answer that question. But I don't know.
What makes you say most people don't answer that question? First, people don't answer questions that aren't asked. So if you're not asked that question, you can't answer it. But my question to you, Father, is why do you make the observation most people aren't asked that question?
It's a fair point. It was an offhanded remark that I made.
Because if we're talking about Father Wayman here or Father Gallatin and we're talking about boundary violations, we know they're involving something that is causing concern about the safety of others, correct?
Correct.
And if we're really concerned about the safety of others, and in particular minors, wouldn't those doing the investigation and looking into that want to know what is your sexual attraction, and do you have one to use to see if there is truly a risk opposed?
I suppose that could be a course if one had other data points that suggested that. We've done a very good job of educating laity around appropriate boundaries. And so here's the good work of the Archdiocese coming to the fore and someone saying, hey, this is not an appropriate thing to be doing.
Would you agree that it is a grave or serious risk to allow a priest who is sexually attracted to children to continue in ministry?
Sure.
Michael Keating is a priest you know through St. Thomas, I trust?
Professionally, certainly.
Okay. Is he a friend?
No.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, no, not a personal friend.
There were accusations made against him that ultimately were brought to the Clergy Review Board concerning a minor who's identified in legal proceedings. I think it's Jane Doe 20, isn't it, Mike? It's Jane Doe 20. Do you know anything about that? What happened? And did you in any way become involved in viewing that or reviewing that as Vicar General?
In 2000 and I believe it was 11 or 2012, I first became aware of an accusation against Father Keating. So again, in our working group, as an effort to be proactive, that's when I learned about the Keating situation in 2011 or 2012.
What did you learn and from whom?
I think this would have been reported to me by Andy Eisenzimmer or Jennifer Hasselberger that an accusation of a boundary violation had been made against Father Keating, that it involved a friend's family, that there were differing accounts, that Father Keating denied any sort of sexual activity, because then it would have obviously been a boundary or a charter violation. That I believe that was reported. I believe that's what I was told, that it was reported to authorities. And that there had been disclosure around Father Keating.
Did you know that the accusation against Father Keating had been made before you became Vicar General?
Yeah, so the name has surfaced. The question is, well, when did this happen? It happened before.
And what made it surface then during your tenure as Vicar General?
One of the action steps that we had taken was being very clear, or trying to get clear around who would get essentially letters of testimony to go to other places to do things.
And he was given some letters of testimony, effectively permission to do certain things as a priest of the Archdiocese, correct?
Outside the diocese.
Okay. But operate as a priest of the Archdiocese, working outside the geographical limits of the Archdiocese.
That's correct. And so if we needed to clarify something there, let's clarify it.
Were there any provisions made to warn those working with him as a priest outside the Archdiocese?
I believe there were.
Tell us what you believe to have been.
I had a conversation with Jennifer and agreed with that judgment that we should be not giving blanket letters of testimony to other places, and that would have been in 2000, I would imagine, in 12.
And so you said disclosure was made about Keating. To whom was disclosure made, and what disclosure was made?
Again, I'm not on the Clergy Review Board, but I was informed disclosure was made. That's what I knew at the time.
And your source of that information is, or was?
Again, either Andy or Father McDonough.
And as you testified today, you can't recall to whom that disclosure was made, and you can't recall specifically what disclosure was made, just that it was made of some kind. Is that fair?
That disclosure had, I essentially believe I asked, has disclosure been made? Yes, disclosure's been made.
Did you work with Keating at St. Thomas?
No, I didn't teach with him. He was in a different faculty from me.
As a colleague, you were teaching and he was teaching in a different department, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if anybody at St. Thomas, yourself included, had been the recipient of this disclosure you believe to have been made?
Sorry, can you restate the question?
Had you been, prior to you having become Vicar General?
Oh, no.
When you were at St. Thomas, did anybody tell you about Keating and give
No.
you any disclosure about Keating? There's something you need to know?
No, the only thing that, just to be clear, I had been asked at one point in time about Keating because I had made a comment to Father Cousins that in Rome in 2003 or 4, I had seen Father Keating walking down the street with a college-age woman.
How do you know it was a college-age woman versus a high school age?
Well, I thought it was a young adult.
Okay. And that would range in possible ages then from 16 to 20, or what?
Yeah, I wouldn't have imagined 16-year-olds are not usually in college, and I think most of the, so I thought it was a young adult.
Did you have any information that it actually was a young woman who was in college or of college age?
No. I saw it. I communicated it to Father Cousins.
And when was that, Father?
You know, again, it would have been in 2003, 2004, somewhere in that area.
And you were studying Rome then. And was that to become canon lawyer, or what was your?
No, I did a doctorate in moral theology.
Okay. And did you confront Keating with the what you saw and ask him, who is this young person and young woman, and what are you doing with her, or anything like that?
Yes. first person I spoke to was Father Cousins, who was living at the same place I was living at the time.
Okay.
And then I would imagine 3 or 4 days later, or maybe a week later, I had seen Father Keating. He was studying to be a priest. I was already a priest, so we were in 2 different parts of the city. I had seen him, and I mentioned this to him. Yeah, then he would have just been Michael Keating.
Okay. And what did you say to
Just,
Michael
hey,
Keating?
saw you walking down the street. Don't think that was appropriate or could have been misunderstood. All I saw them was walking down the street.
Right. And so how did he react to your...
Just that there was nothing. It was a family friend, or it was a friend, and that was that.
Was Keating holding hands with her?
No, I don't. They weren't holding hands.
Do you recall telling Father Cousins that they were?
No, I don't think they were holding hands. The Italian way of walking is sometimes with your arm around. But guys do that in Italy with guys. So.
Okay. That was my next question. Was he walking with his arm around her?
Again, not around the arm. I think it was her arm around his arm.
Did you see him kiss her?
No.
What did you tell Father Cousins that you saw?
Essentially the same events that I've recounted to you.
What was Father Cousins' reaction or response to you when you told him?
He thanked me for the information.
Did he tell you that he intended to do anything with it or not?
No, I think Father Keating was in the Companions of Christ at that time, and I just struck me as a good step to take, just to let another companion know.
Did you make any memorandum or recording of what you either saw or reported to Father Cousins?
I was subsequently asked to put my recollections down on paper.
Who asked you to do that?
I believe Father Cousins at the request of someone in the Chancery.
When was that?
I'm sorry. I was back. I believe I was back now in the Twin Cities, so it would have been sometime after the summer of 2004.
So during your time as vice rector?
Correct.
Okay.
Excuse me, the video record changed it. Back on the video record, 12:41 p.m.
Father, we're going to continue with some more questions into the afternoon, and you had made mention of a working group as we were talking about some of these things. And could you identify what you're referring to there and who's on that working group?
Sure. In 2010, to be more proactive in responding to any sort of issue surrounding priests, we gathered the civil chancellor, the canonical chancellor, myself, and Bishop Pichet, generally speaking, on a bi-weekly basis.
And that was to be more proactive in the area dealing with safety and particularly sexual abuse issues?
On any issue related to priest conduct.
Okay. And was there a designated time and place for the working group to have met, or just to do it on a bi-weekly basis?
To do it on a bi-weekly basis, on occasion, yeah, we change places, and some people wouldn't be able to be there, but a standing sort of opportunity.
And is it fair to say then that there were regular meetings relating to whatever the issues were that emerged from 2010 till your resignation, as far as you know? Or did that stop?
I believe that it was just a step to try to help the flow of communication better, and it was a regular step. It wasn't so much on the things that we're talking about today, although on occasion some of those things might end up there.
Was the Archbishop advised of or reports prepared that came out of the working group meetings for the Archbishop?
there would certainly be communications to the Archbishop about the substance of that, in the sense of being able to keep the Archbishop apprised of what was going on.
During that period of time, 2010 to 2013, is it fair to say that the primary advisors to the Archbishop as it pertains to the topic of clergy and misconduct would have been yourself, Andy Eisenzimmer, Bishop Pichet, and Chancellor for Civil Affairs, Canon Affairs, Jennifer Hesselberger?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Okay. When's the first time in the working group context you remember the question of, or the topic of sexual abuse coming up, and some attention being given to that issue by the working group?
You know, again, the specific purpose of the working group wasn't around charter issues. The purpose of the working group was, how do we be responsive to concerns and complaints or issues that have come to our attention? So I don't know when the first instance would have been.
Okay. Do you remember in terms of who came onto the radar of the working group by way of priest, and some discussions or actions being developed around any one of the priests, whether it be Shelley, Waymeyer, anybody else? Do you remember anything about the working group addressing any of the misconduct issues relating to any of the priests?
You're referring to sexual abuse, misconduct,
Yeah.
child sexual
Yeah,
abuse?
yeah.
And again, you know, until the time when the Archdiocese received a complaint about Father Waymeyer, there had not been any issue of child sexual abuse that, or an accusation of child sexual abuse had ever been discussed or communicated to that group between 2010 and 2020, when I left the organization.
When did the Archdiocese receive that first complaint concerning Waymeyer and childhood sexual abuse?
You know, it would have been in June, I think. My recollection is that it came to the organization around the 20th or 21st. I think it came first as yeah. I learned about it, I believe, on the 20th.
June 20th. And what time on the 20th?
I believe it, I don't know the time. I believe it was in the early afternoon.
Okay. And how did you learn about that?
The Chancellor for Civil Affairs, I believe it was, or maybe the Chancellor for Canonical Affairs.
Do you remember which? And it was now, that would have been Hesselberger or?
Eisenzimmer.
Eisenzimmer. And do you remember which today?
I don't recall which it was.
Okay.
Mentioned that we had a situation, or a possible situation, that it was and we needed to be able to communicate that as quickly as possible.
What leads you to believe that you received that information from Eisenzimmer or Hesselberger on June 20th, that date? What leads you to that date?
Because we had a, well, it's certainly somewhere in that time frame. We would have had a meeting to discuss all the things that needed to happen.
And we, is that the working group?
I think at that time it would have been Jennifer Hesselberger, Andy Eisenzimmer, and myself initially, and then that same time or shortly thereafter, McDonough and Vomostic.
Okay. And do you know the date of that meeting?
Again, I think it was in that, my first response was to pull people together. What do we know?
Okay.
And what steps have we taken?
Okay, so that's something you did after having gotten the first report from the Chancellor, either Hesselberger or Eisenzimmer.
Yeah, because prior to that I didn't know about it.
Right.
And I walk down the hall, come into my office, or I get in their office, and...
Okay. Let's back up because I'm going to walk you through the chronology here. In any case, when you use the date June 20th, is there any... You're not certain that was the date? Or you just believe it on reconstruction? Or what gives you the reason to give us that date today?
Because I was well aware that we had an obligation to report. And independent of the law, I wanted to do that as an individual, to be as proactive as we possibly can be. I am almost 100% sure that on the 21st, Weyemeyer was removed and I think subsequently arrested or shortly thereafter.
Okay.
So that's, I would back,
Okay. Fair enough. Let's go back then to Eisenzimmer or Hesselberger giving you the first report, at least that you had gotten or received, that Weyemeyer had abused a child. What were you told by the Chancellor that he or she had learned?
That we had a possible credible accusation, and that we're trying to get the permission to communicate that.
And when you got that information, where were you and this person?
Again, it was either in my office or in that sort of executive area there.
We have some information that leads us to believe or to think it was Andy Eisenzimmer. Do you have any reason to think it was Andy Eisenzimmer that made this report to you?
I think it could well have been Andy. I think Andy and Jennifer would share information, or they work so closely together. They're like a left. But it could well have been Andy.
Okay. One was the left hand, one was the right hand in a lot of ways?
Yeah.
Okay. In any case, when you received the report, what were you told beyond that there's a possible credible accusation? Were you told who it was against?
No, because I asked, first I asked, have we reported it? And we weren't in a position to because it was privileged, or that's what, so we were establishing that question.
A privileged, who told you it was privileged? The person that told you there was an accusation?
Yes, and that we're trying to clarify that so we can execute our...
What was it about the communication that made it subject to some possible privilege?
I didn't ask that, have full trust in my coworkers.
Okay. Well, you're a civil attorney, trained as a civil attorney, so you know there's what we call an attorney-client privilege, right?
Yep.
Okay. And you're also a cleric that's well familiar with what we call the priest-penitent privilege, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know when this conversation was first had and the mention of privilege was made, if it was identified as priest-penitent or attorney-client?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you ultimately soon learn when you met the next day, or as soon as you did, if there was a privilege in play, and if so, what kind? Priest-penitent or attorney-client?
I didn't, because we were already at a point where we were reporting.
Okay.
So that privilege had been relaxed for whatever reason by whoever asserted it, and now we could go forward.
Okay. To this day, do you know what privilege was of concern, at least at that time?
I don't know the exact nature of that privilege, apart from that it is a priest penitent privilege.
Okay.
Or at least that's what my recollection is. It was a priest penitent privilege.
And do you remember what leads you to that recollection? In other words, the source of that?
Well, because I'm a mandated reporter, obviously under the law. I try to cultivate a culture at the Archdiocese that said, even if we're not mandated reporters, we should report. We should all report. But the law specifically foresees a relationship that's a privileged relationship. In this case, between a clergy and a penitent, as you were mentioning.
Do you know to whom the report was first made? What clergy?
I don't. I got that first report again, I think, on the 20th.
Didn't you ask questions like, well, who got this report? Who the offender, who is being reported as a potential offender, and in order to discern what needed to be done?
I knew exactly what needed to be done. If the privilege would be relaxed, we were going to report it as soon as we possibly could.
Okay.
If there had not been a privilege, it would have been reported the very time, and I would assume my staff, who all desire to make sure that we have safe environments, would have made the report.
Okay. So I'm going to walk you through that after you get this initial information. The information is that there's a possible credible accusation of childhood sexual abuse. It's by a priest at that point in time. You don't know it's Waymire, correct?
I don't know.
How soon after you first received that information in the afternoon did you learn it was Waymire?
You know, either later that day on the 20th or on the 21st.
Okay. Instead of just walking you through every detail of what happened, why don't I just, from the point at which you received the information you've described as the first report, first indicator that Waymire had abused a child, is there anything else you remember about that first report that you haven't testified to? You know it came from Jennifer or Andy. You know it came to you. You know it was of childhood sexual abuse. Anything else you remember about it?
Well, what we're talking, once the privilege now had been gone, and now I know that we've got an accusation, that the first question is, have we reported it?
Right, but
I've been told that yes, that's either done or it's imminently done, and that Vamostek, because from my point of view, how do we coordinate to make this happen like clockwork?
right. I have to break this down a little bit more and ask you to break it down in terms of chronology now, because first the focus is on the first time you received the information. So the question is there any more information you received on that first report from either Jennifer or Andy that you haven't identified as to who the offender was, the nature of the offense, and how that person got that information?
But again, the first report would have been that we have a possible accusation that a privilege has been asserted, and we're trying to move through that issue to report.
Okay. And anything else that you learned at that moment in time from that individual?
Nope.
Okay. Then tell me that in time, the next thing that was done that you're aware of, responsive to the information given you at that time.
That there's a meeting taking place. I don't know when that was, but there was a prior meeting taking place to specifically answer the question of privilege, so it had been arranged. And what I was doing is animating the staff, letting everybody know, clear your schedule. This is the most important thing. As soon as we can do this, we're going to do this.
Okay. And do you know who had arranged the prior meeting?
You know, I don't know who arranged that meeting. Historically, in the past, those things would have gone to Greta.
At the time at which you, at the same time that you received the report, did you report to Neinstadt, or to your knowledge had Archbishop Neinstadt received any information?
You know, I don't know if he had received information from Andy or Jennifer, but I certainly communicated with the Archbishop on the information I had.
Okay. And how soon after you got that did you report it to the Archbishop?
As soon as possible. I mean, provided he's in the building and.
And you recall having done that?
Yes, I would have, because this is one of the most serious issues that we would have.
Okay. And so if you recall having done it, then did you go to his office to tell him, Archbishop, I just got this information, we have a possible credible accusation?
I believe it was in his office. I believe I went to the residence. It wasn't there. He had been out on a meeting, came back in, and communicated that.
And when you did, what did you say to him?
The same thing, that we have a possible accusation, that we need to clarify our ability to report it. I put the staff on notice that as soon as we're able, we need to report this.
Did he respond in a manner that indicated to you he had already received information about this? Or did he lead you to believe that you were the first to tell him of a report having been made?
That I don't recall.
Did he ask who the accused priest was?
I don't recall that either. Yeah. Because I had said we're working through a question of privilege.
So do you have a recollection of him having not pressed that issue, or not asked, or asked and you saying you couldn't answer, or what? What can you tell us about that?
That there was a meeting later specifically to address this issue, i.e. Whether the privilege could be waived or that we could actually report this, and that I'd follow up as soon as I knew.
But if the privilege is held by the penitent, the name of the offender is not privileged in any way.
Well, under
is it? I mean,
under the privilege, under the priest penitent privilege, anything that's said within that context is privileged.
So were you under the belief that you couldn't ask who the accused offender was that was being reported, and you couldn't similarly report that to the Archbishop?
It didn't occur to me at the time. I have full trust in Andy Eisenzimmer. I have full trust in Jennifer Hasselberger. This is the #1 priority for them. We've got a meeting arranged for later that afternoon to clarify this issue. We're going to report it as soon as we possibly can.
All right. So you do bring it immediately to Archbishop Neinstadt, given the gravity of it, correct?
Correct.
You still don't know the name of the offender that is the subject of the report. And what was Archbishop Neinstadt's response? Did he press you? Was he startled? Was he alarmed? Was he emotional? How would you describe his response?
It was an informational communication on my behalf, and I mentioned that I would be following up, and he said, okay.
Okay.
I would imagine these are very serious matters, and he took it very seriously.
Did you make any recording or memorandum of when in time you made this report to Archbishop Neinstadt, or received it, and what was said by either of you?
No.
Okay. So after you reported to Archbishop Neinstadt what you have just describe for us what action did you take responsive to this?
That was the point about letting senior people know this is the number one priority for us. And that would have been, as I mentioned, Hasselberger, Eisenzimmer, Vamostek.
How could a chancellor, whether it be Hasselberger or Eisenzimmer, know about it if there was a priest-penitent privilege? The priest-penitent privilege requires the priest to keep confidential anything said in that context and not subject to reporting it to anybody, correct?
I'm pretty clear on what the priest-penitent privilege is. The question you asked me is a question that other people would have to answer. I would only be engaging in conjecture or surmising or...
Well, you know, the priest-penitent privilege requires that the priest who is receiving the information, be it confession or otherwise, cannot, under any circumstances, share that information with anybody else. Correct?
Correct.
Absolute waiver, correct?
I think that's it's pretty inviolate.
Okay. So, understanding the nature of that privilege, today, do you have any idea how one of the chancellors...
I don't.
Okay. Fair enough. But you understand me asking?
No, yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay. You said that you learned that a meeting had already been arranged. You thought with Greta Sawyer, and if I heard you correctly, Greta Sawyer was an advocate, or is an advocate at the Archdiocese, correct?
Correct.
And from whom did you learn such a meeting had been prearranged before you actually received this information and reported to the Archbishop?
Well, I should be clear. I assumed it's Greta Sawyer because the victim's advocate would generally be a person who historically in the organization met with a victim or a potential victim.
Okay.
But I knew that a meeting was taking place to see if we could move forward on this.
Okay. Do you know if that meeting was taking place contemporaneous to you having received the report or before you received the report?
The one that I'm speaking of with respect to privilege, waiving the privilege or being able to communicate, was taking place a few hours after I had been notified about the possible accusation.
Okay. And who told you that?
Again, that's what I'm referring to, Eisenzimmer, Hasselberger.
Okay. That's when you called the meeting, you said this is important, and so there was then a meeting with Hasselberger, Eisenzimmer, initially...
I think it would have been certainly those two and myself initially. So sometime on that 20th or whatever it was, is everybody ready to execute what they need to execute as soon as we can execute this?
Okay. So the meeting then was held where?
I believe that was either in my office or in Eisenzimmer's office.
And by the time of the meeting, was that meeting in the morning, afternoon, or evening?
I think it might have been late morning, early afternoon.
And to your knowledge, was Archbishop Neinstedt informed of the fact of such a meeting and a plan to execute?
That I don't recollect.
Okay. And if I heard you correctly earlier, you said it began with yourself, Andy Eisenzimmer, Jennifer Hasselberger. Anybody else at the initial part of the meeting?
No, and I guess this meeting is when I'm being communicated. We've got this possible thing. Okay, this is our first priority. Make sure you're clear so that we can move forward on this.
And so who said what at this meeting?
Again, I got essentially two important pieces of data at that meeting. One, that we have a possible credible accusation. Two, that there's a privilege that's been asserted and needs to be revoked, removed, relaxed, whatever the proper terminology would be. What I said was, had it been reported, no, there's a privilege. Okay, this is our first priority. I want to be as proactive and as diligent we can be. I think the last thing I asked is when are we going to next meet on this?
And who answered those questions?
My recollection is that both Andy and Jennifer, it was a shared response.
And any other information given you beyond those two important data points at that initial meeting?
Nope.
What transpired from there?
I canceled meetings that I had so that I could be as available. I believe I spoke to Vamostek, Deacon John Vamostek, and said we have a possible accusation. I'll know more. There's a meeting, and we're going to know more in a few hours. I'd like you to be involved. Obviously, he was a decorated and retired St. Paul police officer.
Do you know what time you contacted
Vamostek. This would have been, after that, sometime on that mid-morning, early afternoon of the 20th.
At this point in time, the point at which you contacted Vamostek, did you know the identity of the priest who was the subject of the report?
I did not, or not to my recollection. I encouraged him that Jennifer and Andy, are working on this matter, and that he would need to be working with them.
Okay. What next happened then, after having contacted Deacon Vamostek?
I believe that Vamostek, so he's in the loop. I think I called another meeting as soon as or as close as that privilege was relaxed, waived, remitted, whatever the proper term is, and that was sometime in that afternoon, later that afternoon.
And who imparted that information to you?
Again, that would have either been Eisenzimmer or Hasselberger, and as soon as that was brought back to me, okay, let's get the people back at the table so that we can make assignments.
So there's a second meeting.
That's correct. And that's when I knew who was accused.
Okay. Before that meeting was convened by, it sounds like at this point, were you aware that Archbishop Neinstedt had empowered you to be the canonical investigator of this, and thus in charge of executing a plan to do what's required?
No, as an officer of the organization, I'm going to take these steps because they make good sense, and I think the law requires them, independent of what canon law might do. I believe the document you're referring to is one that Jennifer drafted with the understanding clearly that once the police are involved, our investigation would stop pending the outcome of the police investigation. So I never became an investigator of Kurt Wehmeyer because the police had done all of that work.
Okay, let's make sure we're referring to the same document. Let's look at the decree. I don't know. I'm going to pull up what I think is a decree. We're going to show you Exhibit 18. We'll give copy to council here.
Thank you.
And Father, you made reference to a document you thought I was referring to, and showing you what I've marked for identification as Exhibit 18.
Are there any other documents that refer to that you had in mind?
Well, this is the only one that has a decree. There are some other documents referred to later events, but this is the decree, the only one that I've seen that kind of answers that description. Did you have something else in mind beyond this that you've seen that could be?
No, you were referring that you didn't think it was this, and so I was just clarifying whether you thought there were other things.
Okay, first let's just talk about this one. Exhibit 18 is a decree on the signature of Archbishop Neinstedt, correct?
It looks like his signature.
At the bottom it says it's given on June 20th, 2012, correct?
It does.
At the top it states, on June 18th, 2012, the Archdiocese of St. Paul in Minneapolis received a complaint that Reverend Curtis Waymeyer, a priest of this archdiocese, supplied alcohol and sexually explicit images to a minor and fondled or attempted to fondle the minor's genitals. Do you know where that information that I just read came from?
I don't. I presume it's accurate. I just don't know where it came from.
Okay.
I saw this probably on the 21st or 22nd.
Okay. It goes on to state, I have concluded that this constitutes information which, quotation marks, at least seems to be true, unquote. The second paragraph states, therefore, in accordance with the aforementioned canon, I decree that an inquiry be done into the facts and circumstances of this accusation, as well as its imputability to Father Waymeyer. So Waymeyer is identified here, correct?
Correct.
And the next paragraph states, since my other duties prevent me from conducting this investigation personally, I hereby appoint Very Reverend Peter Laird, Vicar General and Moderator of the Curia, to act as the investigator in this matter. When did you learn you had been appointed investigator in this matter?
When I received a copy of this document.
And do you have a date of that?
Again, I think the first time I saw it was the 21st, 22nd, maybe even the 23rd.
How did you get or receive it or obtain knowledge of your appointment as investigator?
I believe this would either have been in my, I don't know how I received it, either in my mailbox or I'm given it by hand, and Jennifer would have composed this. It would have come back to her after the Archbishop signed it.
It's also notarized by Reverend Daniel Bowden. He's an ecclesiastical notary. Is it customary for like decrees to be notarized like that?
You'd have to ask someone with training in canon law.
Okay. Okay. When you learned of the decree and having being appointed investigator, at that point in time, having learned of this decree and your instruction from the Archbishop to investigate, had it been reported to law enforcement?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It had been reported to law enforcement within hours, maybe even within the hour of the privilege being revoked.
What leads you to that belief?
Because this is the most serious thing that we do. And when we gathered together I think that day went on a little bit longer. Has this been reported? Yes, this has been reported. So it was clear to us that the canon case was going to, I made the decision that the canon law case was going to be on the back burner until the civil criminal possibilities were fully exhausted.
You believe the canon law case investigation should cease as soon as it got reported to police?
Absolutely. We're not going to do anything that's going to jeopardize what the police need to be doing. I don't, sorry, I was going to add, I don't know if other people in the church would agree with that point of view, but that's what we're in.
You're talking about your state of mind.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Did you yourself make the report to law enforcement?
I did not.
Okay. Who did?
I believe that was Deacon Vomostek and Andy Eisenzimmer.
And what leads you first to the belief that Vomostek made such a report?
Because when after we've had this meeting, the next time that I engage, I think Vomostek had been already in touch with the police, and in order to make sure that we were doing everything in accord with police procedure, that it made sense that Andy and Vomostek worked together to make that report.
So what makes sense and how you learn something might be different things. So I guess my question to you is what is the source of your information that Vomostek made a report?
My source is my recollection of sitting around the table. We've got a very fluid movement. Our highest priority is that we've made our report, that we're doing what we can to make sure that that environment is safe, and that we're not going to allow Father Waymeyer to go back into that situation. So there was a number of people adding, it was a fluid conversation.
Vomostek was not at the second meeting that you talked about, however, was he?
He may have been or consulted in the middle of the meeting.
Okay. I think at one point you said that McDonough and Vomostek came in at towards the end of the meeting, but it was originally convened by you with Jennifer, Andy, and...
I believe I said they may have.
Okay.
I know for a certain we had a meeting the morning that Father Waymeyer was removed from the parish.
That'd be a third meeting.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's focus on the second meeting.
Okay. Then I don't think that McDonough was there. I do think Vomostek either sat in for part of that meeting or was consulted during that meeting.
Okay. And so who was there on the second meeting then?
Hasselberger, Eisenzimmer, and myself. And that's when I'm getting the news that this privilege has been relaxed.
And you now know that it's Waymeyer.
Now I know it's Waymeyer.
And do you know what was done to have had the privilege, to use your term, relaxed?
As I mentioned, that this meeting had taken place and that permission had been given.
So Greta Sawyer had met with presumably the person that had the privilege?
I believe that was the case.
Okay. We know the name of the individual, the family, the mother, and the child. We're not using that here, and they're identified by Doe. We'll just call them Doe here. We're not going to use her name. So I'm sorry if you answered this, and I'm repeating it, but I just needed to ask the next question, make sure I understood the answer if you have, so I apologize. Can you tell me who told you the report had been made?
You know, again, that would have been in that second afternoon meeting that the Mostek either came in at or was out, you know, or was at for part of the meeting, and I think, you know, by now it's late afternoon, maybe early evening, and we were setting out proposing action steps.
So the question is, can you tell me who it was that told you in that second meeting the report had been made?
It would have been either Andy Eisenzimmer or Vomostik. Conceivably, it could have also been Jennifer Hasselberger, who I presume would have known by that time.
So you're not certain among those candidates who it was that told you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Did you become aware that Greta Sawyer had interviewed the mom and the alleged victim before this second meeting?
No.
Okay. Have you ever become aware of that?
You know, we debrief, or my practice was to debrief after any incident to see how we could improve. That may have come up. I'm not sure if that came up. But as soon as the privilege had been waived, it needs to go to the police.
When it came to did it come to your attention that the mom and the child had been interviewed by Greta?
Again, I don't, in the timeline that we're talking about, no, I don't believe so.
Okay.
That I was focused on, is the privilege waived, can we make the report?
Did that come to your attention at any time?
The what?
That the mom and the child had been actually interviewed by a representative of the Archdiocese?
No, I knew that the parent had been met with by a representative of the Archdiocese.
Okay. This is common, especially when we get going in the afternoons, but we have a tendency to talk over one another, so I'll just try not to talk over your answers. You have to try to wait for me to finish my question out of consideration to him.
Sorry.
Did you tell Archbishop Nienstedt anything about the second meeting and that it was Waymeyer who had been the subject of the report?
Yes, I believe, again, because of the seriousness of what's taking place, that I communicated to the Archbishop that we are imminently or have, you know, reported Waymeyer.
Okay. What was the Archbishop's response or reaction to that?
You know, I don't recall anything about Father Waymeyer. He certainly was concerned about possible abuse.
How did he lead you to believe or make that observation that he was concerned about possible abuse?
I believe he said, I hope it's not true. You know.
Did he express concern about Waymeyer's safety and a possibility of Waymeyer doing something to hurt himself? Like
he did not.
Okay. Was that right after the second meeting that you made that report to the Archbishop?
It would either, yes. I believe that would have been at that time.
Okay. And at that time, you did not know that a decree of appointing you investigator had been issued? If it had?
It had been talked about in those meetings. Jennifer Hasselberger, who does have the responsibility for executing canonical things, noted that an investigator would have to be appointed. Again, I think there was a consensus around the table. Nothing's going to happen canonically until the civil criminal case or the criminal case has exhausted its process. I would characterize this as crossing I's and dotting T's.
In other words, the memorialization or the formalization of the appointment.
Yeah, so that
Okay.
if Waymire was not found guilty or did not confess, we could still proceed on a canonical case against him. So we had to dot that I. That's what I was informed by Jennifer.
Have you reviewed the testimony of any other witnesses that have given depositions concerning this?
I reviewed, I think, 4 or 5 pages of Andy Eisenzimmer's and stopped largely because I didn't review Neinstadt or McDonough at the recommendation of my counsel.
And I don't want to know what your counsel told you, but I do want to know what you reviewed in the Eisenzimmer deposition. What part of his testimony, content-wise, did you review?
Again, I think whatever would be contained in the first, I didn't find it particularly helpful.
What was the subject of the portions you did review?
The pace where it begins just like we began today.
Oh.
You know, here are the things that are happening. Everyone names themselves, and I don't know what the first questions out of the box were on Eisenzimmer.
So you didn't really review any of the substantive answers about what happened concerning Waymire, or when it was, or how he received it, or anything like that?
No.
I don't want to hear or have you talk about what your attorney may have communicated with you or you with him, but apart from him, have you discussed the timeline of the report made to law enforcement, the timeline of the decree as it was issued, or the timeline of which when the mom and or the child were interviewed by Greta Sawyer with anybody at all?
You know, the only time, and we didn't construct a timeline, but we certainly, as I mentioned, in order to get better at what we do, we debriefed after anything that took place. And everyone, Hasselberger, Eisenzimmer, McDonough, Lamostek, were pleased with the way that we walked through this scenario and made that report.
Okay. And so the second meeting that you just described to us, was there any recording made to that meeting contemporaneous to it or shortly after it by you?
Not by me.
By anybody to your knowledge in attendance at it?
I think it was simply a matter of clarifying who had lead on what.
Okay.
And I would imagine the people who had lead memorialized their steps, and that would be part of Waymire's record.
Have you seen any memo pertaining to that second meeting?
No.
Have you seen any memo pertaining to the first meeting?
No, the first meeting, as I mentioned, was a very quick meeting, just advising me of the fact that we had a potential case.
Did you review anything else other than the few pages of the Eisenzimmer deposition in preparation for this deposition?
No.
Okay. And have you consulted with or discussed the contents of their testimony or their view as it pertains to your view and testimony with anybody besides excepting your lawyer?
The person I've spoken to is my lawyer.
Okay. Have the police spoken to you?
No.
To your knowledge, have they made any effort to?
Excuse me, about this.
Yes.
Since I left the organization.
Well, since this whole matter emerged, at any time, have the police interviewed you or tried to interview you?
No.
Mr. Randers, could you just be a little more specific? The matter, I know we're talking roughly, we're going through a bunch of subjects here. I just want to make sure that we're clear here.
Yeah, well, let's be general. First, have the police interviewed you on the topic of...
During my tenure as Vicar General?
Yes.
They have not interviewed me, but I think you asked, have I been contacted by the police? I think I was contacted on 2 occasions, one with respect to Chris Wenthy, notifying us of this, and the second would have been, I believe, in the case of Huberty. I just wanted to be clear so you knew I wasn't.
Oh, I was going to follow up on it so it would be clear to me and allow you to be clear to us. So I appreciate that.
But not on the Waymire.
Then, following your resignation, those are the only two police contacts during your tenure as Vicar General, correct?
I believe there may have been one or two others, but those are the ones that come to mind.
In any case, then, following your resignation as Vicar General, have the police made any attempt to contact you to get information?
No.
Okay. Did you become aware that the police were investigating the Archdiocesan officials' involvement in Waymire, Shelley, and other clerics who may have engaged in sexual abuse, and how it has been handled?
You know, I was certainly aware, I don't know how I became aware, that there questions had been raised around Waymire. At the time, I think the police were pleased with the way we handled the Waymire, and then other questions had risen, and they were taking a new look at that.
And when you learned that they were taking a second look at it, did they make any effort to contact you?
No.
Have you ever made any effort to contact them?
No.
Why not?
I'm at liberty, and here in the Twin Cities, people know. So if they had contacted me and thought my contact could be helpful, I would certainly speak to the police.
The Archbishop impaneled an internal type investigation, and they made a report.
Mm-hmm.
And are you aware of that report, and have you seen it?
I haven't read the report. I think I looked at the recommendations.
Okay. It was reported publicly and included in the report that you were not interviewed.
That's correct.
For that internal investigation.
That's correct.
Did you refuse to be interviewed for that internal investigation?
No.
Why do you think you weren't interviewed if they were doing an internal investigation and you had been Vicar General for 4 years?
I don't know.
Before you learned that the report was underway, before you learned that a report had been made, did you know that they were doing an internal investigation and Father Witt had been impaneled to do this thing?
Yes, that was one of those recommendations that I had made to the Archbishop. I was aware that it was going forward. I fully expected to be called.
The report indicates, if I recall correctly, that the Archdiocese investigators, or those hired by the Archdiocese, said they didn't know your whereabouts. Did you? I've got the report, and it says, okay, it states at page 44, paragraph C, I'll just read it and then ask you the question.
Okay.
It states, under other individuals contacted, quote, the task force wanted to talk to Father Peter Laird, the former Vicar General and moderator of the Curia, and attempted to contact him through the Archdiocese, period. However, the Archdiocese informed the task force that Father Laird was on leave and that it did not have contact information for him. What do you know about that?
You'd have to ask the Archdiocese.
Well, Did they know where you were?
Yes, again, I'm in the community. I still have a residence at the cathedral.
Had your phone number always been the same?
Yes, I had an archdiocesan cell phone number.
And your email was the same?
I have an archdiocesan email address.
You also have, do you have more than one email address?
Not that I conduct business on for the archdiocese.
You have one private email and then one archdiocese email address.
That's correct.
What is your archdiocese?
Or net or...
Okay, but that's the only archdiocese email that you've conducted archdiocese business
That's
under,
correct.
And so your archdiocese email remained intact at the time of this investigation, and your phone number remained intact at the time of this investigation,
Yes.
if I'm hearing you correctly. Okay.
Yes.
And your cell phone was the same?
Yes.
Have you ever gone back and asked anybody at the archdiocese why the task force reported this information that you couldn't be contacted when you had the same email, the same phone number, and the same address?
I haven't had the opportunity to maybe ask that. So I was surprised when the report had come out, because I always thought I'd have an opportunity to speak. Again, because so much good work had been done. Most of the recommendations had already been beginning to be addressed.
So, we have the second meeting that has been discussed. After the second meeting, you're under the belief, and it's been reported to you, that a report has either been made to law enforcement or is imminent at that time, correct?
Correct.
What happens from there?
We're back on the Waymire.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Just want to be clear for the
Yeah.
record.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. Again, I believe we assigned responsibilities, and obviously Jennifer would be taking care of canonical matters, but they were a second seat to our duty to report and to make sure that Father Waymire did not go back to the parish.
And what was McDonough's charge and Deacon Bomastek's charge to do? What were they to do as you understood it at that point in time?
So I believe at that meeting there was some consensus that the police had agreed that we could go and talk, remove Waymire and let him know this is not a place for him to be.
Who led you to that belief that the police had agreed to such a thing?
Now I think we're at that, so the morning, and
Is this before or after the second meeting now?
no, this would have been followed on. We made the report. He's on vacation. He's coming back. We're going to remove him at the first instance we can.
Okay.
So the next morning, we had a meeting. So this would be by the third meeting in that count, where McDonough, Bomastek, Hasselberger, Eisenzimmer, and myself.
Okay.
And that's where we made the definitive action plan that was going to unfold within the next hour and a half.
And
Back on the video record, 1:50 p.m.
Father, I was asking some questions about chronology, and I think I was on what we call the third meeting. And at the point at which you had the third meeting, and I think that's where I think you described the plan as being executed and duties are being delegated. Was that?
That's correct. It's we're going to remove Waymire, and that, to my recollection, we have the police go ahead to do so.
Okay. And you don't know who told you that you had police go ahead to do that, but you came away from that meeting with that belief. Is that a fair statement?
Surely.
Okay. At the time of that third meeting, how many times did you discuss this topic with the Archbishop?
I believe twice.
And you've told us about both of those instances.
That's correct.
And in the second instance, was it at this third meeting that you learned the identity of Waymeyer? Or before that meeting?
I believe it was before that meeting. It was as soon as the privilege had been waived, and now we were going to inform police, and we had to give them a particular name.
And what was the name of the person, the priest, to whom the initial report had been made?
That I didn't know.
Do you know if it's John Erickson, John Paul Erickson?
If you know.
I've seen it in the press, but
from your own experiences as the then Vicar General, did you learn that it had been Erickson?
it may have been something that came out in the debrief.
Okay. But do you recall receiving it in the second or third meeting?
No.
Okay. Neither?
No.
Okay.
We were focused on reporting.
Okay. So how long does the third meeting last?
It's in the morning, first thing in the morning. That may have been 25 to 30 minutes, which was to firm up what we're going to do.
And what were you going to do?
McDonough and Vomostek were going over to Blessed Sacrament with the permission of the priests, or of the police, excuse me. To let Waymeyer know that a substantial accusation had been made and that he was no longer, the police had been informed and he was no longer welcome on the property.
Do you know who at the police department had given what you believe to have been permission
I don't.
for Vomostek and McDonough to go and contact Waymeyer?
I don't.
At that meeting, did McDonough push back on him having to go and meet Waymeyer, given his experience with Montero?
I believe Father McDonough did ask a question about that. I think Andy and Jennifer both responded that it had been cleared with the police. I believe also Jennifer emphasized how important that is from a canonical point of view.
And recount for us as best you can what was said at that meeting, what we referred to as the third meeting, and then by whom, beyond what you already told us.
Again, I'm not going to be accurate in terms of who said what. The consensus out of that meeting was we had coordinated with the police. We were ready to act. We didn't want that church to open for business and Father Waymeyer to be there. And so McDonough and Vomostek were going to go and execute that plan.
And there is some indications that McDonough was under instructions from the Archbishop to retrieve the gun because there were some concerns about safety of Waymeyer, safety to doing something to himself. Do you know anything about that? Was that discussed?
I don't. I think it would be highly unlikely that the Archbishop directed him to take the gun. The Archbishop wasn't at that meeting.
Did he know the meeting was convened and a plan to be executed?
When we had talked about in my second visit with him, it's Father Kurt Waymeyer. Here's what we're planning to do, and we've coordinated with the police to do so.
And so, tell me then what else you recall about what was said in the third meeting that has not been recited so far.
My only other recollection of that meeting is that someone had said, we need to get his computer. That wasn't on my radar screen. I think that was on Jennifer's radar screen. I think there was some agreement about that, precisely because we wanted to maintain as much evidence as possible. And so I think that was added to the list of to-dos.
Well, at that time, you're the Vicar General, and you're also trained as a civil lawyer. Doesn't it sound like getting his computer is a police function, not that of Father McDonough?
I think it's a fair observation. I think what had come out in that meeting is that the police would be by, but they weren't going to be there exactly at the point we were there, and we wanted to be there first thing. And so you had a gap in time. And we don't want bad guys. I certainly don't want bad guys in ministry. We want to preserve evidence. So when it was suggested, almost certain it was Jennifer who suggested it, I don't think anybody at that time was saying, no, don't do that.
Isn't, from a child safety standpoint, the first priority is getting them behind bars and arrested so they can't access to any kids, much less in ministry?
Yes, I believe that's the priority of everyone, but as you know, it takes time between when an accusation is made and that can happen. And we wanted to be diligent servants.
I'm not questioning your motives here, Father, so don't think that I am, but what makes you think that it takes time once the police are called for them to go and seize the computer, interview the suspect, in this case Waymeyer, and or arrest him on the strength of the report made?
Because my recollection is that we wanted the police to be there at the very time we wanted to be there. The police weren't going to be able to be there at that time. We didn't want to open for business with a potential sex abuser in that place, and the police gave us the green light to do it.
And who led you to those beliefs that you just expressed?
Again, that would be in that conversation that's taking place. Eisenzimmer and Vamostek had that interaction with the police.
So either Eisenzimmer and or Vamostek led you to believe what you just recited?
Yes.
And they led you to believe that in that third meeting that you just recounted?
Yeah, that's when I came aware of, because of course, I don't want to do this if the police don't want us doing this.
And did McDonough and Vamostek then go directly from that meeting to the parish of Blessed Sacrament?
I believe they did.
And then did you report this to the Archbishop?
I would, I don't know where, but yes, I would imagine that my next step after they've departed, the plan is afoot. You know, we're taking these steps. That would be my standard way of acting.
And do you have a recollection today of having reported it to the Archbishop and his reaction or response to that report?
I think he said good.
And what's the next thing then that you did or heard about in connection with the execution of the plan and Waymeyer's status?
Just that we had communicated that to Waymire. Again, there was a brief debrief after they had completed that. In that conversation, I believe it came out that there had been a gun. And I think it was very reasonable to ask for the gun. While, if I recall correctly, while they're at the site.
They report back that they were at the site and they knew there was a gun? Or
My recollection is that in the course of them engaging Waymire, it came to be known that he had a handgun. Our first priority is the safety of everyone around, physically, and I think that's when I think McDonough asked for the gun. So I learned of that, I believe, at that time.
Why McDonough's on the site of Blessed Sacrament with Waymire, or after he returned with it?
Yeah, I would have only come to know that afterwards.
After his return.
That's correct.
With the gun. Did you also learn that he had the computer?
I learned at that time as well that the computer had been taken.
Okay. And what did McDonough tell you about his encounter with Waymire?
I don't recall any characterization other than that Waymire was emotional.
Okay. So what action then, if any, were you involved in or became aware of concerning Waymire, and what unfolded next?
Jeffrey, referring to that day, or I mean,
Yeah,
time.
we now learns that they've got the gun. They've gone out there and interviewed Waymire and done what they were supposed to do. We got the computer. They're back at the chancery. You're engaged in some way. How are you engaged? What's happening? And who's doing and saying what?
I think the simple next steps were that I want to know as soon as the police get to the parish. So please call the parish and find out when the police come. And then essentially we were going to stand down so as to allow the police investigation to move forward.
At some point in time, there's an indication that Andy Eisenzimmer issues a, quote, litigation hold, unquote. Quote, is going to issue a litigation hold for Father Curtis Waymire's personnel file, that nothing in the file can be destroyed. Do you know anything about that?
No, I'm familiar with the term litigation hold.
Okay.
I would only be offering conjecture about why Andy did that.
It's also written that at the same time that is said, it says, as always, please keep this quiet. Do you recall having seen such an email or communique concerning Waymire and instructions given by Eisenzimmer or any other official?
Can you show me where this is and what the document is, and I'd be happy to try to respond to it?
And I would object to this one because it is out of context without showing Father the document.
Well, I'm referring to an email, and I'm asking if you're familiar with that.
I haven't seen the email.
Okay.
I'm not aware of the email.
Have you heard anything like that?
No.
That the Waymire was put on a litigation hold?
No.
Okay.
I can give you a reason why I think it would have been.
Well, if you have knowledge of it, I just need to know if you do. If you don't,
Nope.
that's all I need to know. Had you heard about Waymeyer and him having used the camper parked at Blessed Sacrament to transport and or commit any of the crimes?
After the fact?
At the time this plan was being executed to preserve evidence, to do whatever you think you needed to be done?
I think the first time that I learned about the camper was in those initial conversations.
From whom?
Again, it would be either Andy or Jennifer.
Okay. And that was at then the third meeting?
Yeah, either that second meeting or the third meeting, which is 8-9 hours apart, I would imagine.
What did you learn about the camper?
Only that he had a camper that was on the property of Blessed Sacrament.
I think the decree referred to the camper as being an instrument of part of the scenario. If I recall, there was pornography, camper, marijuana, and abuse. Do you recall who you received the information about the camper from?
Again, I personally saw the decree after I believe we had already gone over and done that work. So again, I believe it was either Andy or Jennifer, but in real time, as you're learning information, all I know is there's a camper on the property.
McDonough did return with the gun and the computer. Do you know why they didn't get the camper?
I don't.
Did you receive information about what happened to the camper and or what Waymeyer may have done or did do?
At that time?
Yes.
At that time, no.
Okay. Before the first report was made to you about Waymeyer and that you learned, before the first report was made, that there was a sex abuse, a charter offense, and then you learned it was Waymeyer. Okay, let's go back in time now, from that point in time. What, if anything, did you know, Father, about Waymeyer's history of difficulty with sexual impulses or sexual addiction or anything like that? What did you know about his history and whether it posed any risk in the past of harm?
Well, there was nothing raised about him being a child predator. What there was is that he may well have had a same-sex attraction, that he had a drinking, or there was a question of whether he had a drinking issue. And then, we had received some comments about Father Waymeyer's way of interacting with parishioners or staff.
Anything else that you recall about him that raised any concerns or any other information?
I would put those would be the categories, and they were certainly sufficient for me to be concerned about Father Waymeyer.
Okay. So let's talk about concern number one then. You said he had a same-sex attraction. My question to you is, when and how did you receive that information?
That may have been Jennifer's, who is the archivist, who had control and responsibility for the files, or Andy, mentioning that he had engaged in questionably propositioning sort of behavior of other adult males.
When did she bring that information to you?
You know, I would imagine that probably surfaced in 2011, maybe 2012, I want to say. Perhaps more 2011.
And was he being considered for promotion at that time, or a question raised about him being administrated versus pastor?
So I believe, and I'm not certain about this, but I believe he was already pastor of a parish. And now the question became, we're going to merge two parishes. Should we make him pastor of that parish? Or maybe he wasn't a parish of the first, and so this was going to be the first time. And she was right to bring those concerns. And it wasn't homosexuality as the concern. It was all of those, it was the three taken together.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to break them down a little bit because so we get the full understanding of what you had at that time and or the source of it. So the same-sex attraction proposition in males was brought to you by Jennifer Hesselberger, and she is the one. She is the source of your having heard that, correct?
It was, again, either Jennifer or Andy. They shared a lot of information. And so I come to learn that he has apparently a same-sex attraction, and that he is soliciting or engaging in suggestive conversation with other adult males.
Did Jennifer and or Andy raise that to you with a great deal of alarm, saying he's not fit to be in a ministry, much less promoted to pastor?
So in and of itself, the singular issue is an important issue that we'd want to follow up on, but may not be in and of itself reason to disbar someone from ministry. That's why I was saying it's all of those issues taken together.
Okay, so let's take the second issue then. You said there's a question about whether he was a drinking issue, whether he had an alcohol problem, right? Correct?
Correct.
And you learned that from whom and when?
Again, I think that would have been around the same time that I learned of the first.
Okay, and the first was the propositioning of males.
That's correct.
Did you know the proposition of males was 18 or 19-year-olds?
That's the way it was communicated to me, that it was adults.
But did you know it was 18 or 19-year-olds?
You know, whether or not, I didn't ask for an age. I asked, what was it? It was adult. What I was told is it was adults.
If you had heard that it was actually 18 or 19-year-olds, would that have raised more alarm than what you remember having?
Oh,
Hypothetical.
You can answer, I think.
I think taken together, there was already reason to be alarmed.
Okay. And then the third concern that you identified as having received information about Waymire was comments about interacting with parishioners.
Correct.
Is that him having taken kids on camping trips, or what is that concern that you're?
That's outbursts of anger, seeming to show some parishioners more time than other parishioners, and so that, you know, not exercising good judgment in the leadership and operational decisions that he was entrusted with.
Any other concerns that came to your attention before Waymire was identified as the person that was reported?
To my recollection, those are the pieces that I knew about Waymire before he was reported.
Okay. Were you ever told that Waymire had taken a child alone camping overnight before he was reported, or you received that first report you talked about?
The only piece that I recall with respect to camping was when he had propositioned some adults, I believe, around a party or where a party was. There may have been some question about whether father had taken family members camping. But that's what I would recall.
And when did you receive that information?
Again, I think it would be around that same time that I'm talking to, the 2011 sort of time frame.
Did you ever receive from Father Serba that any information that he had received a report that Waymire was taking kids camping, and the mother of the children was going to be contacted about that concern?
I learned about that in the debrief, that we had done after that, after the Waymire situation.
But you did not know anything about that before?
No.
You made mention that he was did you know anything or hear anything that he was propositioning of people while camping, and that was in connection with his DUI arrest?
I'm not exactly sure what the what that timeline was. I knew after the fact that there had been a DUI. Whether I knew before the fact, I don't recall. It's one of the things we were fixing, is trying to get annual background checks, one of the initiatives that we had underway. So I'm not sure when I received that information about a DWI.
Did you, in connection with the propositioning issue, receive information at any time that it was teenagers that he was trying to bring back to the campground when he was arrested for the DUI?
Again, the way that it had been presented to me was young adults or adults. And the law makes a clear division there.
Was Waymire identified to you by anyone or any source prior to his report and arrest as a sex addict?
Again, I think that may have been part of the information that was shared about Waymire, and I think that would have probably come from Jennifer if in fact he was or is or had been diagnosed as a sex addict.
Did you know that he was on monitoring in 2009?
I don't recall, but in light of what I've learned about those behaviors in 2011, he would certainly have been a candidate for monitoring.
But did you have any personal knowledge or have received any report that he had been?
At that time, I had not, no.
Did you ever look at the file on Waymire when you were receiving these reports in 2009, 10, or 11 to see exactly what his history reflected in the file?
No, I had no reason to doubt Jennifer or Andy and the things that they were communicating to me, and they helped me form my own judgment.
When Jennifer Hasselberger brought these cumulative concerns to you, and he was being considered for appointment to Blessed Sacrament, she urged against his appointment, did she not?
She did.
And what position did you take, Father?
I had already come to that conclusion.
That he should be or should not be appointed?
He should not be appointed.
And did you communicate that to Archbishop Nineston?
I did.
When?
Again, it would have been ahead of that appointment. I'm not so sure when. And that may have been something that Jennifer brought to my attention because of the way in which the assignment process worked, and I wasn't directly involved in that.
And so both you and Jennifer Hasselberger had come to the belief, based on the information you had, that he should not be made pastor at Blessed Sacrament, correct?
I can't again, I didn't talk to Jennifer about what her conclusion was, but from the information that I had received, I had come to that conclusion.
Did you, in fact, recommend to Archbishop Neinstedt that he not be in ministry, given the history that had now been made known to you?
Yes, I.
What was Archbishop's response to you when you made that known to him?
I think he took it under advisement.
He didn't follow your guidance, did he? And he appointed Curtis Waymeyer to be pastor of Blessed Sacrament, correct?
He did. I want to be clear. I didn't reach my conclusion thinking there was anything in there about child predatory behavior. There was just a line of what I didn't think was appropriate for ministry. And that's what I communicated to the Archbishop.
And you thought him not to be appropriate for ministry because there could be a risk in keeping him in ministry, correct?
Well, I object to the extent you're implying it's a risk to children. The father's already testified.
Well,
so
I'm talking about a risk.
Let's not take it out of context of what the father's
By
testified to.
By reason of a sexual history,
Yeah,
correct?
so not a risk to children, but not the sort of person who should be comporting themselves as a Catholic priest.
At the same time that you made the recommendation that he should not be in ministry and as pastor at Blessed Sacrament, did you become aware that others advising the Archbishop took a different view?
I did not.
Contrary view, okay. Did you become aware that there was a discussion about consideration about whether or not the employees and the staff at Blessed Sacrament should be told anything about the history known to the Archdiocese, and a decision was made not to tell them?
Well, a standard expectation for someone on POMS is that there would be some level of disclosure. So I was certainly aware of that reality. I think so I was certainly aware of that. I think there was a question about in 2011 or something like that, or early 12, had that disclosure actually taken place?
In 2011, did you become aware that a choice was made and Kevin McDonough was involved in it to not disclose to the parish employees the history known about Waymeyer, but rather to just a few of his close friends?
Objection misstates the evidence. Go ahead.
You know, I think it was again, a conversation that would have had at the priest working group. Has disclosure been made? And I think a follow-up, Andy following over with McDonough about whether disclosure has been made. That was the first time that, again, the common understanding was if someone's on POMS, there is some form of disclosure. At least that's the way I understood things.
Okay, I'm going to show you what we marked Exhibit 17, and it's dated May 9th, 2011.
Mm-hmm.
It's from Father McDonough because it's on St. Peter Claver Catholic Church stationery. You are CC'd on it. It's regarding to Tim Rourke. You knew him to be one of the monitors at that time?
That's correct.
And it's from Kevin McDonough regarding Curtis Waymeyer and disclosure, correct? At the top you can say under the ray line?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Look at the last paragraph, and I'm going to ask you a question after I read it. It states, my recommendation is that we would encourage or even require Father Waymeyer to disclose his pattern of self-destructive behavior to a small circle of trusted friends. I am sending a copy of this memo to Father Laird so that he can weigh in on the matter as well. First question is, did you receive the copy?
Yeah, I'm obviously CC'd there. I think I received a copy of this. Yes.
Did you weigh in?
I think at the next working group, our policy is to disclose. We should disclose.
Do you know why then this is reflected to be disclosure not to the parish or the employees, but rather to a small circle of his trusted friends only? Why is that limited?
I don't.
First of all, let me object that this is a memo from Father McDonough directed to Tim Rourke, dated May 9, 2011, and the document speaks for itself with that information. But if there's a question to Father Laird, go ahead.
I can't divine Father McDonough's mind. Certainly, we were looking at this would be the sort of thing that we'd want to disclose to people at the parish.
Well, you're asked to weigh in by this memo, correct? And it sounds like at the working group you did, and it sounds like the conclusion was reached to make a limited disclosure and a full disclosure. Is that a fair characterization or not?
I'll probably accept some responsibility of not clarifying what that disclosure should have been. We were in broader conversations about how we become systematic and repetitive about who gets disclosed on what topics. And I certainly think that was informing my thoughts at this time.
And when your thoughts were informed and asked to weigh in, you had not reviewed the Waymeyer file, correct?
I had not, no. I had that. I think it was relatively the same of the time.
Do you think McDonough did a responsible job or a good job in handling this?
Objection. Vague. Handling what?
The Waymeyer disclosure or non-disclosure?
I think Father McDonough did a lot of very fine work. This might be an area where I would disagree if in fact that disclosure had not taken place or the way in which it's characterized.
There has been a lot of discussion about a list of credibly accused offenders and whether it should be disclosed publicly. Did you ever advocate to the Archbishop or any of the officials that the list of offenders credibly accused be publicly disclosed?
I believe yes, on perhaps 2 occasions. I just thought a lot of these things are known. You know, events in the press. I think that was part of the John Jay effort. Other dioceses had done so.
And when did you first advocate public disclosure of the list of credibly accused offenders identified by number to have been 33 in the Archdiocese of St. Paul, Minneapolis? You
know, again, I think it was an evolving issue, and the sensitivity and the awareness of that. It certainly would not have been before, on this issue, before 2010. But I would imagine in 2011.
Did you advocate that or express that view to Archbishop Neinstedt?
Yes.
How many times?
Again, I think it was once or twice.
And the first time was when in time?
Again, it wouldn't have been before 2010, so I would imagine sometime in 2011.
Okay. And what did you say to him, and what reason did you give why you thought that was the best practice, if you did?
That we wanted to be as transparent as we could be, that others disagreed with us in not doing this, and it wasn't worth not disclosing that information.
And what was his response to you?
I think he took it under advisement.
And you did learn that he chose not to make public disclosure of that list until 2 years later.
That's correct.
And the second time you brought this matter and recommendation to him was when?
Perhaps around the issue of the events that we began talking about this afternoon, or this morning. Fall of 2013.
Okay. Tell us the circumstances that precipitated your recommendation to him, what had happened, and that caused you to bring it to him, and then what you said.
I would say the same thing, that this is a step that we can take of information that in some respects is already public. Let's acknowledge that and put that, front and center.
And how did he respond to that?
Again, at that time, I think he took it under advisement.
And he did not do it as promptly then as you had urged, correct?
Not the day after that we talked about it.
I'm going to turn your attention to Father Shelley for a moment. And when in time, Father, did he come onto your radar as a source of some concern?
Again, this would probably have been in the 2011, early 2012, somewhere in that time frame.
And how did that come to you that caused it to be a source of concern? What happened?
I recall that Jennifer Hasselberger brought some concerns that she had come to realize to my attention.
And is this before or after she's brought Waymeyer to your attention?
I don't recall that. I believe it was before.
Okay.
Or maybe coterminous with.
And what did she bring to your attention? What information did you learn from her?
She raised concerns about some computer disks or images that apparently belonged to Father Shelley.
What'd she tell you?
She advanced her judgment that they could possibly be pornographic.
Child porn or adult porn?
Possibly child porn.
And did she tell you on what she based that?
Her judgment.
Did she tell you that she had looked at it?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ask you to look at it?
She did ask me to look at it.
And what was your response?
I said, let me do some fact finding.
Why did you why did you respond that way?
I myself am not a judge or trained to be able to deliberate what constitutes child pornography, and I want to know the context for this concern that she has.
As a trained lawyer, don't you know that that's really the job of the police to find those facts?
Surely.
Okay. So when you said to her you want to do some fact-finding, what fact-finding did you do?
I believe I immediately went and engaged Andy Eisenzimmer, and whether he was able to share with me the backstory on that or do some investigating. And I told Jennifer, I'll get back to you. And I learned the backstory.
And what was that?
That these, in early 2000, a parishioner or someone in the community had raised concerns about a computer that I believe it was Father McDonough received that computer, sent it away for analysis to at least 2 different or maybe 1 different entity, specifically with the question of possible child pornography. That the judgment of those investigators was no, that Father Shelley had been sent away for assessment, and that restrictions were being placed on his computer use. And finally, that there had been no other allegations against Father Shelley since that time of misconduct of any kind.
Did you also learn that when that investigation was done, experts were retained, etc.?
That and then I believe someone else was retained as well.
Johnson?
I didn't ask for the names, but that outside entities had reviewed this material.
Did you learn that their findings indicated that they were borderline child pornography?
I don't recall if it was borderline or no child pornography. No reason to suspect child pornography.
Did you also learn that when this first emerged and this investigation was done, that nothing about it, including the Shelley file, was reported to law enforcement at that time? That was under Archbishop Flynn.
Okay. I don't know. Can you restate your question?
Did you learn at the time
No.
what you did about this history, that it had not been reported when investigated by the Archdiocese?
Fair enough. That had not raised to the standard of reporting.
Okay. So you knew that? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. After you did learn that, and you did say that Jennifer had urged you to, in fact, look at the images because she believed them to be illegal and thus requiring a report. Did you go back and say, we better take a look at those to make sure they're not?
I communicated my fact-finding with Jennifer, and in 2011 that seemed to, that was information that she didn't have. And it seemed to satisfy her concerns.
Was this at a time where Shelley was being considered to be made pastor at merged parishes?
I think that question was now coming onto the horizon because of a merger that was taking place.
Did you learn through discussions from her, your own fact-finding, that the search terms reflected in Shelley's history, computer use, were free naked boys?
I don't believe I was aware of that at the time.
Why didn't you go back and look at the images themselves as she had urged you to do, to see if they were in fact boys or kids or children?
Because I thought there were reasonable steps that had been reported to me that had been taking place, and that when I communicated to her that first time, it did seem to satisfy her concerns.
It sounds like this has all happened in 2011. In 2012, there are more concerns that emerged about Shelley and child pornography, correct?
Well,
Just to clarify, concerned by any particular person?
Well, just, I think from just Jennifer Hasselberger, but I want to ask you that. So, are you aware that in 2012 more concerns emerged?
I wouldn't say more concerns. I think that's not accurate.
What would you say?
Our conversations were 2011, 2012. Jennifer then raised the idea of taking the material to Rome. And so she was a proponent that, okay, if it doesn't rise to the standard of the civil law, it may nevertheless bar someone from ministry according to canon law. And apparently there were faculties in Rome to do that. And so that was another suggestion that she had made, to send the material to Rome.
And so in February of 2012, there was was there a disagreement about whether this was actually child pornography?
I think there was
First of all, let me object.
Yeah.
Father, if you know it was February of 2012, I thought you said it's all around. So I
Listen,
don't think it's you, counsel.
just-
You can't put in words that the Father hasn't said. If that's the date, then that's fine. But I just want to be clear.
I'm asking the question.
You're giving statements and asking him to agree. Some of it, what she's talked about, some of it is your facts. Just let him ask a question rather than dictate.
I just asked the question. Okay, Father, let me just ask you the question. In February of 2012, do you recall there being a disagreement between yourself and Jennifer Hasselberger on whether or not this was child pornography?
You know, I don't know anything about, there's nothing in my mind about February of 2012. I think there was continuing conversations of what we might do to respond in a proactive manner to this situation.
And this was this a time in which you knew the ad limina visit was going to be coming soon?
Well, certainly that was a time when the Archbishop would be going for his visit.
Did you become aware that Archbishop Neinstadt engaged with you in discussing what to do with Shelley and the whole issue?
Again, Jennifer had suggested about the canonical faculties in Rome. I think I encouraged her to bring that possibility to the Archbishop. I think there was some real conversation about whether that would take place.
Do you know if she brought it to the Archbishop and there was contention between her and the Archbishop?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. Did you become aware that she actually cut and pasted some of the images that
No, I
concerned
was
her and
not.
placed them on the Archbishop's desk?
No, I was not.
Okay. Had you ever heard that before I made that
Nope.
assertion today?
You're the first time.
Okay. Did you at any time ever view any of the images on Shelley's computer?
No, she brought the computer, or I don't know whose computer it was, but that initial time brought those concerns, and I said, before I look, I want to do some fact-finding.
Okay. So is your answer you never did look?
That's correct.
And you chose not to look Because your fact-finding led you to believe you didn't need to, or what?
I chose not at that time not to look because I don't have any ability to determine what is or what is not child pornography. This is a serious concern that a fellow staff member has brought to my attention. I'm going to investigate it. I brought that information back to the staff member, and when I first did, that seemed to ameliorate her.
You did say that you consider yourself a mandated reporter.
That's correct.
And if so, then why did you choose not to report it as to law enforcement to make that determination?
Well, first, it stemmed from 2004, but even apart from the question of the time, that due diligence had been done by the Archdiocese, and outside entities had made a determination about this being adult male erotic images.
Did you learn from Archbishop Neinstadt that he had consulted a classmate formerly at the CDF about this issue and what to do?
I believe at one point in time he shared that information with me.
What did he tell you?
Other than the fact that he had consulted, I'm not so sure if he followed up in a conversation with Jennifer, but that he had consulted someone who had worked at the CDF.
Did Archbishop Neinstadt tell you that it was a matter serious enough to be reported to the CDF?
I believe so. Whether he reported that to me, I believe that's what eventually happened, because the CDF looks at cases at a much lower scale than child pornography.
Tell me then what you understand about what happened at the CDF and your involvement was in the process.
That would have been a process that Jennifer would have been shepherding with the care of the Archbishop, to the extent to which I don't know exactly how that unfolded. I do recall at a particular time there needed to be a final report by the initial investigation.
And you did become aware that Archbishop Neinstadt had a meeting with representatives at the CDF concerning Shelley at his ad demon visit, or not?
Maybe it's just a report that I had this meeting. That wouldn't necessarily be something that he would share the contents of that meeting with me.
Did you learn there was to have been a follow-up to the CDF?
Yes, which was the closing of the canonical investigation of the original investigation.
Did you have any role in the preparation of a letter on Archbishop Neinstadt's signature to then Prefect Leveda concerning the Shelley matter?
No.
Have you ever reviewed such a letter?
I have maybe glanced at that. I haven't spent any time with.
In 2012, did you become aware that Shelley was permitted to take a sabbatical?
I was aware of that.
Were you aware that the people in the parish were told? What were the reasons that people at the parish told for his sabbatical?
That I'm not aware of.
Do you know if any of the people in the parish, including the employees, as well as the parishioners, were told about any of the concerns that you, Hesselberger, and Archbishop Neinstadt had that caused this to go to the CDF and that predated his sabbatical?
I'm sorry, can you restate the question?
Did anybody in the parish were any disclosures made to the parish about the time of his sabbatical about the concerns that you, Archbishop Neinstadt, or other officials of the Archdiocese had about Shelley and child pornography?
I believe.
Also object to the form. don't think any of those members has indicated there was a concern of child pornography, but go ahead.
Well, wouldn't you agree there were concerns raised about this being child pornography?
I think the concerns were not, Mr. Anderson, about child pornography, but certainly about pornography, and that what Jennifer had argued was that even something short of child pornography could be a reason why a priest could have discipline.
Excuse me, off the video. Back on the video record, time is 2:52 p.m.
When you say this is just related to pornography, were you aware that the Setter report, the findings made by the investigators, found the search terms to be on that computer possessed by Shelley, quote, first, many could be borderline illegal. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that specific language.
Okay. Were you aware that they found the search terms used by Shelley were, quote, free naked boy pictures, unquote?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Were you aware that one of the search terms found to have been listed was, quote, hardcore teen boys, unquote?
No.
Were you aware that one of the search terms found in the report to have been listed was, quote, European teen boys, unquote?
No.
Were you aware that one of the search terms found to have been listed on Shelley's computer was to be, quote, helpless teen boys, unquote?
Object to the form. You never asked the witness if he read any of the report, plus you haven't shown him the report to see what it says in its entire content.
I'm asking you if you're aware of that.
If I'm relying on your word about that, I haven't seen the report.
None of those things sound like adult pornography, do they? They sound like child pornography, don't they?
Objection form. Ask for legal conclusion.
You can answer that.
Again, I am not an adequate judge of what that is. I think those materials have subsequently been handed over to authorities, and I think they've reached a conclusion about those materials, which seems to sustain the work that had been done earlier by the Archdiocese.
Do you agree or disagree that those terms themselves are indicative of an interest in child pornography versus adult pornography? Yes or no?
I'm not able to answer that as a yes or no because I'm not a psychologist or someone who's trained in this particular area. They're certainly troubling, but...
You're a mandatory reporter, aren't you?
Of course I'm a mandatory reporter.
If you get information that he's possessed of images with search terms such as that, is that a mandated report?
Object to the form of speculation.
I'll join the objection.
You know, I think it's... I think the statute is knowledge or reason to believe. And I think the Archdiocese did good work in 2003, and I relied upon that work.
The report reflects those search terms were known in 2003 or 4. If that was not reported, do you consider that good work, Father?
Well, I would certainly, if I received a computer today that had concerns, I think we would be very proactive about sharing that computer.
Well, you were just extolling the good work done in 2003. I'm asking you, if those were terms known in 2003 to the Archdiocese officials and not reported, do you consider that good work? Again,
I can only speak to the work that we've tried to do, and I think there's an evolving understanding of those things, and it's not the way I would want to do business today.
Did you learn that he had been living with an 18-year-old boy in his rectory in 2009?
Not in 2009. I think that information came to light in 2011, and we immediately authored an internal policy that forbade non-family members for living in rectories.
When Jennifer Hasselberger found these computer disks in the Shelley file, do you recall her bringing them to you to say, you got to look at this?
You know, she didn't show disks to me. She brought a laptop.
Okay. And she asked you to look at the images on the laptop, and that's when you said, I want to do some fact-finding
Let me
first?
do some fact-finding and contextualize this information.
Did you tell her or order to her or suggest to her she put them back in the file?
Not at that time. She was at that time the archivist, and at no time would I limit what she would do.
Did you at some later time order her to put it back in the file and leave it alone?
At some later time?
Yes.
This would have been in 2013 when she renewed the issue. I reminded her, as I had in 2009, that I want all of us to act as reporters, whether we're mandated or not. And if she still thought this was an issue, she should report it. She reported it, I believe, and subsequently came back and said that she was concerned that she had this material in her possession. I asked for the Civil Chancellor his advice on this matter, and at that time I said to her, Jennifer, if you're concerned, if you're not going to take this to the police and if you're concerned about having this in your possession, place it in the vault.
And at that point, had she taken it to the police?
I don't believe she had.
She's not a mandated reporter, is she?
No, but I certainly encouraged her to report if she thought it was a serious matter.
You referred to the Civil Chancellor. Was that then Kippers?
That would have been Joe Kippers at the time.
What was Kippers' reaction at that time to you?
Tell her to, right, what it is, put it in a box, seal it, and put it in the, I believe, in the vault.
Before Shelley went on sabbatical and the disclosures were made to the parish about the reasons for his sabbatical, did you have a personal meeting with him?
Father Shelley?
Yes.
I don't believe I ever met personally with Father Shelley.
Did you have a phone conversation with him about that?
I may have had a phone conversation with Father Shelley.
Tell us about that and what was said by you to him and the purpose for it.
Again, I don't have a clear recollection. It's plausible that I had a phone call with Father Shelley, but I did not interact with him regularly about these matters.
Did you at any time, or as far as you know, any official of the Archdiocese ever tell any of the parishioners or the people that there had been stuff going on with the CDF and any of these concerns that had been had about Shelley?
Am I aware of any communication?
Any, yes.
Not about the CDF, no.
Well, about Shelley and any concerns in his past at all?
Again, I believe that the disclosure, he was on POMS, the disclosure had been made at that initial time.
Well, POMS was the monitoring program, but was anybody in the parish informed that he was on monitoring or the reasons for it?
Again, I wasn't there in 2004 or 2005. We had certainly gotten to a point during my tenure where we would disclose events that happened during that time to trustees and others, what the extent of the monitoring was.
And when it pertains to Shelley and the disclosure made about the fact that he was on POMS or monitoring, that was made only to the pastor where he worked or the associate pastors where he worked, to the monitors involved, and known only to the officials in the Archdiocese who knew it, correct?
I wasn't there at the time and can't answer that question.
Can you identify any people beyond those I just identified that would have known that Shelley was being monitored by the Archdiocese and on the POMS program beyond those in the POMS program?
Again, I don't know what was done in 2004 or 2005.
So you can't say that the parishioners were told he was on POMS or in monitoring, correct?
I can't either say that they were or say that they weren't.
Okay. Let's take a break.
Off video record. PM.
Okay, Father, trying to wind down here. Doing my best, and you are too. Thank you. When it comes to Father Shelley, at the time that he was permitted to take a sabbatical and the folks had a party for him there, did you believe that he should be allowed to continue in ministry?
At that time, I don't recall what my opinion was of Father Shelley. What was clear is we needed to come to clarity and a decision point of transparency about what would happen with Father Shelley.
Do you think the Archdiocese was transparent about Shelley's history?
Again, I think in 2004 or 5, when that disclosure was done, it certainly met the expectations of what was required at the time, and that there had been no new allegations about Father Shelley since then, and was under monitoring. Certainly, I think that was good work, but you had to, in light of the current situation, take a look at that again.
And do you know how the information about Shelley's history did become public and known?
I don't.
Knowing what you have now read and heard spoken today about Shelley's history, do you believe he is fit to be continued in ministry?
I'd want to review everything that's been said, and I'd want to substantiate those pieces. I do think over the last 3 years, a lot of very good work was being done to make sure that we would have the best practices of any diocese in the country and systematically be able to answer the question you're asking.
And if any of all those things that I told you were both in the record and the files of Shelley are so reflected, do you believe today that those make him a risk to be continued in ministry?
I'll object to the form again, implying some kind of risk other than what regarding child sexual abuse.
So there wasn't evidence of child sexual abuse, but there was obvious evidence that needed further ongoing monitoring and review on regular occasions.
The viewing of child pornography by a priest, you do understand to be child sexual abuse, do you not?
Absolutely.
Okay. There was obviously an allegation of some kind made public about Archbishop Neinstadt, where he took a leave. When in time did you ever hear anything about that allegation before it was made public by the Archdiocese?
That happened after I had left my responsibilities as Vicar General and moderated the Curia.
Had you ever heard anything about that while you were Vicar General? Talk about it in the Chancery among anybody or anyone?
At no time during my time, or my tenure, was there any concern raised about Archbishop Neinstadt's interaction with minors in a way that could be interpreted as abuse.
We've, or that incident at all. I mean,
Oh,
I'm
no.
not saying it was
No.
abuse. I'm just saying that incident.
No.
Okay. We've been obviously received a lot of documents and gone through those documents, a couple of which we showed you here today. And we've talked about a number of your conversations. And I'd just like to ask first about your practices concerning documenting meetings and or conversations. Was it generally your practice not to document by way of memorandum most conversations or meetings you had?
There's certainly a lot of meetings and conversations that have been documented. Has every conversation been documented? No. To the extent to which I'm only animating or furthering the work of others who are charged, I would expect that their memorandum would reflect that.
Okay. When a memorandum would be prepared and it pertains to a suspicion of sexual abuse or a meeting concerning a suspicion or a concern about it, and such a document would be prepared, where would it go once prepared?
It would go likely to Jennifer Hasselberger, and then a determination would be made, I would imagine there, where it would go in the file.
And when you say the file, what file are you referring to?
The priest file.
Okay. You're aware there's a priest file maintained at the Chancery, correct?
Yes.
And are there other files that are maintained apart from the ordinary priest file?
I am not aware of that. Jennifer and now her successor are the ones empowered to maintain and have access to those files.
And are you aware of any files being maintained that are called restricted access files?
It may have been Jennifer who mentioned it to me as part of my onboarding into the Archdiocese, that there was this a set of files, or I don't know how many, but that they were kept in a separate place, and she showed me, and that's the one time that I had interaction with that. She maintained I think, the access to them.
When was that, Father, that she showed you?
That would probably have been in 2009 or 2010, early 2010.
Early in your tenure as the Vicar General?
Correct.
Okay. And she showed you, was that in a vault?
You know, I'm not so sure where it was. I think it was in a file cabinet.
Okay.
A locked file cabinet.
Was that in what had been is that in the office of the Secretary for the Vicar General, Judy Delaney?
I believe that is exactly, I think that's the words, in fact, Jennifer used, that these are restricted files that were in Judy Delaney's office. She was no longer in the organization at the time.
But it was in her office that they were located?
Yeah, it was more of a workstation than an office,
okay. But
it was a locked, secure file.
And were you given access to it or just shown it?
I was shown it. I never had occasion to open it, remove anything, look at anything, whatever it would be.
I think you just answered my next question. Did you ever have occasion to look at it, open it, or for any reason view any of the files in it?
No.
Did you ask her what the contents of those files were and why they were restricted apart from the ordinary priest files?
It certainly didn't occur to me in 2009 to ask that question. By 2010, we made a decision to begin the process of trying to make electronic all of our files, purchasing a software program for that, but obviously that's a work that I believe is still in progress.
And whom did you use to create electronic databases around files?
I believe on Jennifer's recommendation, I encouraged the Archbishop to purchase a software system from one of the vendors. And that is a go-forward, that would be part of our go-forward approach.
And do you know, was that implemented? And if so, who's the manager of that program and creator of the program?
When I left the organization, I believe we were in the process of testing, partly making sure certain fields could be restricted so that not everyone could see the information. I'm not so sure that had been populated yet because the kinks had not been worked out.
Who managed it?
Jennifer would have been originally the project manager of that, and then it was rolled into IT.
And who in IT?
I think the lead in IT would have been Mike Rubio.
And are there archives maintained in a locked room in the basement of the Chancery?
Again, our Chancellor of Canonical Affairs is the archivist or has that responsibility. So to be truthful, they would know where the files are more than me.
Okay. What was the name of the program called that was deployed for transfer from hard and paper to electronic?
I don't know if it ever had a name, and I'm not thinking right now of what the industry software name of the program was. But again, trying to be as progressive as we could be and looking into the future, we want real-time, accurate information. We need an electronic file system. It had just not been populated by the time I left the organization.
To your knowledge, were all the files intended, all the paper files intended to be integrated into the electronic system?
That would have been my aspiration.
Were there discrete files for sexual misconduct maintained separate and apart from ordinary personnel files for priests?
I would not know directly that information.
Do you know if the Archbishop at any time during your tenure at any time kept separate files pertaining to sexual misconduct by priests?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware that if Father McDonough, one of your predecessors and also the Delegate for Safe Environment, kept any files separate and apart?
I'm not aware of that, except, and this would be in the role of Delegate of Safe Environment.
When a victim or a victim's parents or somebody like that would call the Archdiocese and or make a report to the Archdiocese that they had been abused or a family member had been abused, I assume there was a protocol in place when you took over as Vicar General and continued as Vicar General for those reports to be relegated to someone, correct?
When I came to the organization, I think the standard way, but not the exclusive way, and I don't know the last time a report was made. The one that was made while I was there with respect to child sexual abuse was Father Kurt Waymeyer. But that there had been some practice of it coming in through the victim's assistance coordinator. That was something that was being reviewed.
I think Andy Eisenzimmer reported that if a report came in, it would usually often be, could have been McDonough too, but let me just ask you if you have familiar with it. A caller comes in, were there protocols in place that you were aware that it should go to Father McDonough as the Delegate for Safe Environment or former Vicar General or Andy Eisenzimmer to be processed appropriately?
I'm not sure what whether there were protocols. Certainly Father McDonough would have been notified as the Delegate for Safe Environment, and I would presume, and as it happened in Father Waymeyer, that was communicated to the rest of the organization. This was also something we were in the process as part of our overall approach to bringing a new focus to that issue.
And so I presume intakes are made, or some memorandums are recorded of reports made by victims and their families concerning priests.
The only
correct?
one that I'm aware of during my time was Father Kurt Wehmeyer.
And so where are such reports by victims and or their families housed or filed?
I would imagine they would be part of that priest file. In the Wehmeyer case, within a very short time after getting the permission to report that, we reported it and then essentially stepped back to allow the police to carry out their investigation.
Did you keep any documents or files of your own pertaining to this topic of sexual abuse?
Not with respect to, no.
Okay. Is there a list of victims kept somewhere?
I'm not aware of a list of victims kept somewhere.
Is there a list of I may have asked you this, but I can't remember the answer. When did you first see a list of people, of priests who had been either accused or credibly accused of abuse of minors?
You know, I don't recall. I certainly believe there was something, and I may have glanced at it in the news about it. I know there was a report provided for John Jay, so, but I never saw that.
As the Vicar General, when you came in 2009 and continued through, well, actually for 4 years, didn't you want to know who it was that had been determined to have been a credibly accused offender?
That was something that it was clear to me about my job responsibilities. I was not going to be the delegate for safe environment, and I was not going to be involved in assignment or supervision of priests. So to do due diligence, do we have any people credibly accused in full-time active ministry? No. I do think we can always get better at the way we handle misconduct of priests, and that's what we were about for 3 years. I think 14 or 15 different action steps in that regard.
Did you feel that as Vicar General it was not your job to know and or monitor that?
Well, I certainly didn't have a monitoring responsibility. And again, my responsibilities as Vicar General and moderator of the Curia were largely operational and relational with our parishes, and to animate the work of the staff. To the extent to which staff brought up concerns, I wanted the appropriate people to hear about them.
Final analysis, it's the Archbishop's responsibility to make sure that priests who have become known to be offenders not continue in ministry, correct?
In the end, it's the Archbishop's, I would say, one of his most important responsibilities.
Did you become aware that the case of John Doe 76C, case against Tom Adamson and the Archdiocese, wound its way through the courts and went to the Supreme Court, and at some point in time the Archdiocese made a decision to tax Jim Keenan, the victim, who had brought the case for costs of, I think it was $67,000. Did you become aware of that decision made by the Archdiocese?
I learned about that decision at some point. I can't recall when.
And when did you learn of that decision?
I don't recall, but it's resonating.
And did you learn that that was a decision made by the Archbishop to tax those things?
I would presume it would be the Archbishop's decision.
Did you become aware, as Vicar General, that, and during your tenure as Vicar General, that certain priests who had offended were receiving extra monthly payments from the Archdiocese?
Could you be more specific, or could you rephrase your question?
Did you become aware that Father Robert Capone, for example, who had been adjudicated to have been an offender, was receiving payments in addition to the ordinary stipends priests receive? And those payments were being made on a monthly basis and authorized by the Archbishop.
Yes, I was aware of that.
What do you know about that and why those were being made?
I think that happened as a result of a renewed focus on internal controls in the Archdiocese. In 2010 or 11, that some questions were being asked about why are certain people still, why are checks being sent? And as these issues came to the fore, and as we did fact-finding on them, we took steps, and Jennifer certainly did good work on this, to move people off of payments who had been on payments. Or at least, presumably, there was that internal control issue at the Archdiocese, and whether those payments went, I don't know. But
what were those payments called internally?
You know, I don't know. All I know is that, again, that was something that Jennifer brought to my attention, and as soon as we did, we tried to take steps to move through those situations.
Were you aware that Jerome Kern was receiving payments such as that?
You know, I'm going to be, Capone or Capone's name is familiar to me, and I'm sure there were others, and we wanted to treat them all the same way. Let's move this off, if in fact they're still receiving payments.
Is Father Turner, spelled with a T-H-U-R-N-E-R, one of those you known to have been receiving such payments?
You know, again, anyone who is receiving a payment, we should move them off of that.
But my question is, do you know Father Turner to have been one of those included in?
Do I know for certain? No.
Do you know Brown to have been?
Don't know for certain.
Do you know Campa to have been?
Campa. I'm trying to think of cases or situations that would have been raised. I don't. Campa, perhaps.
Do you know Krautkamer to have been?
Don't.
Do you know Stevens to have been?
Stevens?
Yes.
I don't know if that payment was the same payment or payment for the services that he had provided to the Archdiocese.
What do you know about payments being received by Father Gil Gustafson while you were Vicar General?
Apart from pension payments that priests would have a right to, and then any of these other payments that you're talking about, I'm not aware of.
Did you become aware, Father, that Gil Gustafson was receiving disability payments for the diagnosis of pedophilia?
I wasn't aware of that, if that's the case.
If that's the case, is that a disturbing piece of information?
As I already mentioned, we wanted to clean up everything we were doing in the Archdiocese.
Did you know that the Archdiocese had a segregated separate account, the 1-515, for payments to priests who had offended, and for other payments related to childhood sexual abuse?
I can't be certain, but I think that's the same thing we were just talking about.
During your work as the Vicar General, did you and other officials of the Archdiocese utilize treatment centers for purposes of evaluation of whether certain priests posed a risk of harm and their fitness to be in ministry, and whether they posed a risk to children?
During my time, no, not for that purpose.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in sending any priest for purposes of assessment or evaluation for risk assessment?
Yes.
For risk assessment pertaining to childhood sexual abuse?
No, I mentioned,
Okay.
yeah.
Are there any priests who you now have learned by reason of public revelations or other sources that you should have sent for assessment of risk for childhood sexual abuse that weren't?
Not during my tenure as Vicar General.
Let me just ask this guy. I'm almost done. Before you became Vicar General, did you have any experience with childhood sexual abuse by adults or priests?
You know, apart from life experience of people, I'm aware of how damaging and crippling that can be in people's lives and the violation of trust that takes place.
As a member of the clergy or having been ordained for many years, I can't remember the date of your ordination. What was it?
About 15 years ago.
Okay, let's say in the 15 years that you've been a priest, have you yourself ever received reports or had suspicions of other priests committing sexual abuse of minors beyond what has been discussed today?
Not that I can recall. I certainly would have encouraged them to come forward.
Have you ever reported to law enforcement any suspicions of childhood sexual abuse yourself?
Of child sexual abuse?
Yes.
No. But I would do it whether I was a mandated or a voluntary reporter.
Because it's the right thing to do.
That's right.
We're going to go into a part of the deposition that we call sealed now. That means that it's not a part of any public record. And, okay, I'm going to go off the sealed record and back onto the record. And I'm about ready to conclude. So, I'm showing you now as a part of the unsealed record, Father, what we've marked Exhibit 28. And what is this?
Well, it seems it's a memo from me to the Archbishop. It's essentially stating the things and the concerns that I had brought to the Archbishop about why I didn't think Father Waymire should be in active ministry.
Now, you dated this September 28th, 2013. And what had happened that precipitated your having written this memo to the Archbishop?
You know, apart from the events that we've already spoken about, I can't think of anything in particular.
Well, let's break it down. It states you wrote why don't you read what you wrote, and then I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Just read it out loud and do it slowly so he can record it.
You want me to read it?
Yes, please. You wrote it.
Unless you are planning to publicly clarify what advice you receive should be from me regarding Waymire, I would like for my personal files a written acknowledgement from you on that role that I counseled against Waymire being in active ministry, much less serving as a pastor. I believe it is in accord with justice, as many believe I was complicit in your decision. Thank you.
Why did you write this to him?
You know, I think, as I said, that I wasn't foreseeing this situation. If I was seeing this situation, I probably would have never written this document. But we just need all to take responsibility for things that we do, and I thought it was important that you know, Father Waymire, we had nothing to know, and I would agree certainly with the Archdiocese on this, nothing to know that Waymire, or at least in real time, that Waymire was a threat to children. But obviously, as you look back on it, when you find out that a woman's coming in and making that accusation. But again, for me, the standard had been met well before any of that. And I just thought that should be in my record.
Did you get a response from the Archbishop to this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, you wrote to him. If anybody was made aware of it, it should be you, shouldn't it? You asked for it, right?
I did.
So the answer is no. You got no response.
I think very closely after that, I may have moved, resigned and moved out of the organization.
Okay. So were you at Vicar General at the time of this?
Yes, I believe. I don't.
This is September 28th, 2013?
I believe so, yeah.
When you state, I would like for my personal files a written acknowledgement from you on my role that I counseled you against Waymire being in active ministry, much less serving as pastor. Did you counsel him, as you wrote here?
Yes, that would be the advice that I had given him back at the time when it became known to me, and I encouraged Jennifer to write what she knew to the Archbishop.
Did you feel that you were, at the time you wrote this memo to the Archbishop, being scapegoated for the Waymire situation that emerged?
No, I did not.
Are you planning on staying with the Archdiocese?
The new cycle of assignments is happening, and that's something that I'm very much considering, yeah.
Do you feel like you've been burned?
No, I think the Church does an enormous good, and I think one of the things it needs to continue to do is get better and better and better. And misconduct is certainly one of those areas, all of human resources.
The Archbishop is reported to have been recorded by audio and by NPR as having said to fellow priests that he feels the worst for you. Do you recall hearing that news and that account as reported by NPR?
No.
No. If you are given an assignment in June, when they are routinely handed, to to priests, is it your intention to accept it?
Yes, I'd very seriously want to be considerate of that opportunity.
That's all I have. Thanks, Father.
Thank you.
Off the video.